Alrighty. Let me make sure all of this is on. What is up? What is up? Anyone here? Stream's audio bitrate is lower than recommended. I don't know how to change that. YouTube? What the hell? Oh well. Hold up. How do I slide edit this? Move me a little bit. Alrighty, so we're gonna be. Let me hide myself so we can see the screen and everything. This is how the format is working for this event. Oh, I changed it. Actually, I can go back to looking at this. So this is how it works. These are the 16 best players in Europe are going to be here. Each round they'll play, they get this number of points for each placing, 7 through 0. Any player that accumulates 20 plus points will put the lobby in check, which would mean they're eligible to win first place. And I believe the top 4 get out of each group, so then they'll have the top 8 tomorrow. Skip ahead to live. They're delaying it by 5 more minutes. Excellent. Well, actually, for the first 8, okay, for this today, they're just doing 3 games. That gives us, I mean, that'll max out how long it'll take. So we are going to experience 6 rounds today as a result of that. There's no music on this feed. I can actually let me put our music on. I also better link this stream everywhere. Give me 1 second while I do that. Oh, I forgot to change the fucking thumbnail. Actually, I better do that. I was like, not gonna forget, not forget, and then I forgot. Here's the question: how the hell do I make a Battlegrounds thumbnail? Do I have that much thumbnail, that much Battlegrounds art? We'll find out. We will figure this out somehow. up, Hell Freezes? How you doing? Alright, looks like they are getting started. I am wrapping up my little mini art project. If you could not tell by how I do all my thumbnails, I'm not very good at all. First of all, I do them by myself, and second of all, I'm not very artistic as a person, so... they leave some to be desired, but... they do what they do, so... okay. So this is what I end up with. I did it, chat. Look at me. Doing good, that's good, that's good. Honestly, my main goal, I can't compete on artwork with all the other people. I just want to make it very obvious what it is so people know what it is so they click on it, but anyway. I think for live streams using stuff. Yeah, I noticed like Ryan actually makes fresh ones for all his thumbnails, but the one I had was just Arena, which is obviously not correct, so. But anyway, I'm sure they're just talking about the format and stuff now. Are they actually... I saw they were on, they're not even talking now? Oh wait, no, this is my stream. Yeah, they are talking about it still. I'll put their audio on. I'll put their caster audio on just so that they're talking about it.
All the way down to all 16 players. So pretty exciting stuff, and that money, especially when you can move on through into the day 2 sort of scenario, does start to ramp up very, very quickly indeed. So.
Alrighty. What's up, Helios? Kolst the artist, yeah. I have many names, that is one of them. You see, this is fine. I can mute this. If you want to start playing Battlegrounds, it costs money. It does not. However, they do paywall one of the most important features, which is to have 4 hero choices at the beginning of the game instead of 2. If you just want to play, it doesn't really matter, but you'll be handicapped basically. But even that only costs, it's like $15, or was it 15 or 20 every 4 months? So it's cheap, but relative to in Hearthstone terms anyway. But you can play completely for free. But the issue is not having those 4 hero choices really makes it less pleasant. YouTube streamers now? Sometimes. Frankly, I didn't want to put this on Twitch because I don't want to kill my average viewership on Twitch for sponsorships and stuff. But, we can do it here. I wanted this on YouTube anyway, so I figured I might as well put it up here. Anyway, I don't know what this is there. Oh, this is the on the official stream, they actually have an extension that they're doing. They have little things you can bet on outcomes. That's what they're talking about right now. You may start playing then as free to play. Yeah, Battlegrounds is fun. I've been watching it a lot more. I need to start playing it a lot more. But there's so much to learn that I've just been... I can learn better watching than I can by playing for the most part, until I get pretty confident, so... Did I see the Hunter Death Knight cards? Those are the first 3 they just revealed, right? The ones they revealed last night? I do believe I did. I think they are in my Discord, actually. These are the ones you're talking about, right? Hidden Meaning. When your opponent finales, summon a random 3-cost. That's pretty cool because it comes right at the end of the turn, right? That just seems really good. You get a 3-drop that they can't kill. That seems amazing. This one, trigger a friendly minion's Death Rattle minion twice. It's funny that there was like a 5-mana 6/5 that triggered a Death Rattle only once. Obviously you need synergy, but that seems really, really good. Hollow Hound. I don't understand why Rogue, especially Rogue, but also why does Hunter have Lifesteal and why does Rogue have Cleave? These are multiple questions I have here. Did they reveal more on top of those? Did they just reveal some? So I know they're revealing cards today too, right? I know they haven't revealed the Death Knight cards until... Looks like those don't reveal for another 45 minutes. Yeah. They're revealing Death Knight in an hour, and then they're revealing Paladin today. Maybe I'll do it at the end of this stream. I might do the card review for those. We'll see. That may be the plan. We have a bunch of predictions. Oh yeah, you can also get points for betting all of these things. I think you have to go on Twitch for that. They're saying a player will not win a game without reaching Tavern Tier 5. I wonder if you can... I'm actually curious to see if anyone goes like... The only way that would happen would be if they went like Tier 4 Nagas, probably. I'm curious if someone actually goes Deep Blue. The thing is, even if you go Deep Blue, you might go Tier 5 after you have all the pieces, so... Yeah, we'll be talking about more about like how the game actually works and stuff. I'll try to make this a little focused more on explaining exactly what the players are doing and stuff at a relatively at a broader level, because I know some people aren't familiar with the game. How subtle, betting that someone will score less than 4 points in their group. Brutal. To score less than 4 points in their group, that means the best they could do would be to go... They're doing 3 rounds where, you know, it's 8 players and you have to go 1 through... You go 1 through 8 to get 7 points. To get only 3 points, you'd have to go like 7th, 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 or you'd have to go like 8th, 8th, 5th or something like that. It would be pretty bad, but it probably will happen to somebody. There's a lot of randomness in this game, especially when you're... I get like everyone in this game is going to be super skilled, and then, you know, somebody's gonna low roll, right? It's kind of how it works. But I'm really interested to see this because you know, you get to see someone, like, out of these guys, XQN streams, Peter Babbitt streams. I imagine some of the other guys stream in other languages, so I haven't gotten to see any of them. But those are the only 2 I'm aware of out of this lobby. that are English streamers, so it'll be very interesting to see some of the other guys. There are probably going to be strategies that some of the foreign players have that we're just not even aware of. They'll probably pull out something, some weird combination of units and stuff, because that's a lot of what they're doing here. And here are the players. Am I covering any of them? Let me check. I am. Look at me, I'm just way too big, aren't I? We'll make ourselves smaller. I'll probably hide myself once the actual games start. Also, where is my... Oh, there it goes. Windows being funny. Let me see. I think in both groups I was looking, I think half the players are Japanese. Like, goddammit, I believe is Russian. Who's Peter Babbitt, who's American. I think. Yeah, I'll also be very excited to see the mini set cards coming out. And I believe, I don't know, so this is gonna go tomorrow. I do kind of need to, I probably need to stream tomorrow on Twitch. I'll probably be streaming on Twitch, because, so I probably won't be doing day 2 of this, but we'll see. I'll see if I can fit in. I don't think I can, though. So tomorrow will be a regular stream on Twitch. We'll do probably the last day of Arena until the mini set, I think. Maybe I'll do another... I'll see how tomorrow goes. Maybe I'll do a stream on Monday or something. Also. Sun is setting on the American Empire? True. They drafted a fantasy team as well. Surely they'll start the game though, right? But yeah, how many of you guys did you see my review of the cards they revealed already? The neutrals were pretty wild. Well, especially ETC is that is a card. ETC's like Battle Cry. Hero blows up eventually. The card is still warping to the game as a 5-drop. It's kind of crazy. I'm a little concerned about that. It's a neutral legendary, so you're never going to see it, but I'm a little concerned about that one, because it's like... I feel like the idea of it is a lot more fun than it actually will be in practice, especially in Arena. But... we'll see. If you don't know which one we're talking about... Yeah, so this is the card. Elite Tauren Champion. 5-mana 5/5 Finale. So you have to play it, you have to finale it, which means it doesn't always work necessarily, but start a rock duel. So that means it gives this card to the opponent's hand. At the end of turn, explode for 8 damage unless you spent all your mana, then your opponent gets it and it scales by 2 damage. Every half turn it scales by 2 damage. So by turn 8 this thing's already dealing 20 damage. So this thing, since people are gonna finale the first few turns most of the time pretty easily, maybe you have to do a slightly suboptimal play. But like this thing is just gonna straight up one-shot people on like turn 9 or something. This is a little wild. It's just like, nah, you die, basically. All right, we will head off now. And I'll pull out my my old caster self as the game is beginning. First, we are checking out Penguin Sun. Penguin Sun is ETC. ETC is considered one of the better heroes, I do believe. Check some of the other hero choices. Goddammit is Maev. Maev does not feel great to me, but we'll see what they do. Waterloo has gotten Pyramid. There's Goddammit with the Maev here. He's thinking about what to do. There's Waterloo with the Pyramid. Matsuri here has the Kurtrus. Peter Babbitt has I forget the name of that one. Here we have Alutemu with Lich. And how do I forget? I love this character too. I just forget the name of the Peter Babbitt character. Frostman. We'll call him Frostman for now. Shirosa has Mr. Denathrius himself. Are they going to let us see what the quest is, I wonder? Because that's kind of important to see what the quest is. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to like hover or anything, so I can't tell you what it is. So if you're new to Battlegrounds, the way all these characters have a different hero power, and now we are not looking at anything. Maybe they reset the game or something. It looked like 2 people might have failed to load. That was probably why they didn't have heroes associated. So I don't have audio on them. That's probably what they're saying, I'm guessing. So they're probably restarting the game. Let me try to confirm if that is actually the case. Yeah, it looks like that. I'm looking at another chat and they're saying, you know, indie game company, all that stuff. So we will wait until we start again. Oh yeah, I guess 2 players just straight up disconnected. Tragic. Truly a tragedy. Yeah, ETC is really good. I think I don't know how good was ETC when its hero power was 4 mana. I know it's really good now that it's 3 mana. I can pull up the hero tier list. I was really surprised specifically to see Maev because I think Maev's maybe at the highest level it's not as bad, but like Maev kind of sucks. Here's like the tier list on HS Replay. Like the ETC's right up at the top, Lich is right up at the top. We had both of these heroes in. Don't think that we saw a Shudderwalk or a Voon. But I was surprised to see scroll all the way to the bottom, you have Maev. So I was surprised to see that one. 4 gold was pretty bad. It was pretty risky, right, every time I hit the button. Now that when it's like 3 costs, the same cost as just buying a unit, it's hard to get a buddy that's worse than buying a unit, right? With the 3 costs, you go 3 on 3. Yeah, I saw a lot of people doing that. You just try to get a good buddy right off the bat. It seemed pretty hard to make it awful, to be honest. Oh yeah, what was the name of that character? I forgot. What do I forget? That's like one of my favorite characters too. I'm just blanking on the name. Varden. Yes, Varden Dawngrasp. Yeah, there's some really, it seems like ETC is really good because it seems like it's really safe tempo-wise. Like the buddies are good enough tempo that you'll be pretty safe as far as that. But then at the same time, there's certain combinations of buddies that are just completely broken with certain comps and stuff. So then you just kind of crush everyone. All right, music back on. Oh, never mind. We are back in the game. We did it. Oh, let's hope everyone loads in this time. I missed the first one, but we have 2 here with ETC this time. Let's see who else we have. Matsuri chose oh man, I'm gonna be bad with names today, aren't I? But he's the guy, he's Omu. Penguin Sun chose dude, I'm so bad with names. He chose the that one. We have Goddammit choosing Bran, it looks like. Waterloo choosing Sire Denathrius. A lot of the same hero picks coming in. We got a Millhouse over there. And I am blanking on this guy's name. I do not remember. I'm actually not very familiar with that character, period. But in any case, we got Goddammit getting a little bit of a low roll here. Just getting... Well, he does get a Battle Cry, so I guess that's good for him. The way Bran works is that once you play 5 Battle Cry... Actually, you just need to buy 5 Battle Cry minions. Then you get Bran for free. And Bran is really, really good. So... Silas is my favorite hero. Not really in this game. I mean, Silas is cool, though. I haven't played a lot of them. Frankly, I haven't played that much of the game yet. I've been watching a lot more than I've been playing, and like they just don't show any individual hero. There's like 90 heroes in the game right now. So even if you have 4 hero choices, if I pick Silas every time, I would have only played it like once. I've played ETC a lot more. I think they might have an offering bonus on it. Wait, now I'm concerned again. Why does Tume have a black box? But we know we saw him, so he should be okay. Surely that's okay. Mercenaries? Imagine do like a Mercenaries tournament stream. Wouldn't that be cool? Tume, oh yeah, he's ETC. Maybe they just don't have an icon for ETC. That might be it. Anyway, we got Sire Denathrius staying on one. They didn't show what his quest is, did they? It looks like it's buying or summoning. Actually, it's probably... Looks like it must be like buying or summoning minions or something like that. He's at 3 out of 10 completion. They didn't hover it, did they? I don't know. Oh, there they are. Buy 10 minions, and then... What was that? I think that was hand buff minions that are Tavern 3 or below. So that'll just be very good tempo. He's going for just a solid finish with that, probably. That doesn't seem like a great end game quest, but be good tempo to hopefully get a good finish and knock out some of the other players here. We got Millhouse here. A whole bunch of economy here coming up. He can like buy the free roll if he wants to, and then use his free roll. We will now see how he handles that. We got Tamsin here. I believe that's Tamsin, right? That's what she's called. Tamsin. She does go for just absolute maximum tempo. That demon there, the purple dude, actually deals damage to you at the end of, or at the beginning of your turn, I believe. 1 damage per turn. But it is a lot of tempo. We have Hook Tusk smacking ETC. ETC, I guess, probably must have gone straight to 3. Yeah, that is what ETC did. So ETC will hit the hero power button and see a quest, probably. Or we'll... Yeah, there we go. I imagine, ooh. Do you want the Avenged? Do you want Henchman? I imagine it's one of those two. It's gotta be one of those two, right? Biggest unit. Yeah, he does go for the Henchman. Henchman's awesome. You just need to be able to make sure he kills 2 minions. He's going for an absolute maximum tempo he can. Oh man, Beater Babbitt already has a triple of the elemental dudes. Celementals. So Celemental triple is really cool because once you triple it, it's hard to pull off usually, but if they get thrown in your face, you can. If you triple them, you can actually, you get 2 more of the droplets afterwards, and then you can triple those again, potentially. But he does probably the more rational thing, which is to just sell one of them, so then he controls the timing on his triple when he wants it, which makes a lot of sense. So pretty cool for him. It'll be very interested to see exactly when he goes for that triple then. Imagine the droplet is going to be the one that he eats with Hook Tusk. Hook Tusk, you remove one of your minions, and then you get to summon a minion of a tier below. But if it's tier 1, you just get another tier 1, which means makes it very easy. Oh wow, you would have hit it anyway. That is crazy. Alright. They were gonna like jump away, but they're like, oh wait a second, this is cool. Let's see this. Okay, the demon's the same size, so he's gonna eat the demon instead. Another elemental. What the hell? More elementals. All the elementals. He's choosing whether or not he actually wants to triple it right now. He does choose to. So if he wants, he can level and take a 4 immediately. Yeah, that makes the most sense to me. He grabs, I guess, Ring Matron for tempo. Oh no, he grabs a pirate. Goes for another triple. Oh man, we got the battle. Oh, I forgot that guy's a pirate actually. That makes sense, okay. Yeah, so then now he's gonna go, I guess, for a 5, right? Next turn. I thought we were gonna see a battle coin money dude for a second, but that makes more sense. We're gonna be following Beater Babbit for a little bit, it looks like. Let's see, because I imagine he's going for a 5, right? Oh, they jump away just in time. ETC looks to have gotten really good tempo. Got a little mini demon build going. Got a couple of heroes. We'll see if he goes. Let's go for a tier 4 here. He does get Hunter of Old if he wants it, or he can grab a second Muckslinger. I didn't really play during buddies, so all the buddies are like super unfamiliar to me. Peter Rabbit, wow. Choice of the 2 demon hits or Titus? That doesn't seem like what he wanted. That was really bad. He really wanted one of the pirates. It's a Shirewalk buddy. What was it? It's like if you, after you play a Battlecry, you get like a Battlecry in the shop with +2/+2, something like that. That seems pretty cool. So Bran just got his hero power by tripling the coin dude. So wow, that seems like a really cool opening for Bran there. It's just after you play any minion. Right, okay. Cool. So we got ETC. Oh, no, this isn't ETC. This is, what's the name of that character? Guff, right? It's Guff. Guff just has a whole bunch of giant minions here going to smack Hook Tusk a little bit, it looks like. Hook Tusk taking like 7 damage here. So if you're not familiar with Battlegrounds, yeah, so at the end of every round, they do a little fight. In general right now, especially in this meta, like the early fights aren't very consequential, but we're getting around the point where people start having higher tier units. The higher tier units deal more damage if they survive at the end of the fight, so we're getting to the point where people are going to start dealing a lot more damage. Right now we have no one really falling too far behind except for Millhouse. Millhouse is already down to 12 health. That seems rather bad for him, because that puts him into the range. The most you can take early on is 15 damage, so Millhouse is already in the range where he could just straight up die. So, there's a danger zone. Beer Rabbit tripling the Battlecry pirate, so, oh man, he's gonna have like a really big pirate Quillboar dude. He is going to take it. He's going to try to actually not low roll a triple this time. But he does have a pretty big Urzel, so it's not too bad here. We will see. Watch him do his magic. No! I wanted to see this. Alright, Sardonathrius does have his quest done. He's getting a, oh wow, interesting, a giant cleave here. The early random giant cleave can really catch people off guard. People do not position around that very often. Imagine just gets sniped immediately. Ooh, not a terrible cleave, but not definitely not the best he could have gotten there. I really want to see Millhouse if they see how Millhouse is doing. I don't think they've shown him, and we need to see if he's strong or if he's gonna potentially get knocked out here. He lost again. He took 6, so one more loss is like almost guaranteed to knock him out here. I feel like Lightfang and Bran needs to be stronger. Bran is still really good, but like you have to get it's really good in endgame. You have to get an engine going and stuff. But yeah, Lightfang's kind of bad now. It's just everything outscales Lightfang. How it is. Here is Millhouse. So he went to somehow he has a 6 drop. He must have gone for the evolve. Makes sense with Millhouse. He has a little tiny cleave that doesn't have a lot of health, but no attack. Okay, he's starting to get the engine going. Because this will allow him to actually get a bunch of attack buffs on that cleave. This is going to be the critical fight to see if he can actually survive, though. It does look like he's going to be pretty strong now, but you know, if he runs into one high roller, he can still get knocked out here. He's very much in the danger zone. He's starting to go with the whole pirate engine. Because he's Millhouse and he can buy units for cheap, he can pretty much buy anything he wants. Anything that has any additional effects, so spending a lot of gold. And see that little pirate that already it had 4 attack at the beginning of this turn, and now it already has like 20, so he's going to run out of time a little bit here, it looks like. He did get that unit, but I mean it would have been better to buy the jug there. He really had to rush at the end of his turn there. But yeah, it looks like he should easily get this. He even sniped the other cleave before it could attack. Quite nice. Oh, we actually see a Lightfang there by Sired and Athreus at the end of their turn. But yeah, it looks like he's going to be safe here for at least for now. I think he has a strong enough board here that he should be able to live with that, but we will see. We haven't seen too much of anyone else having a super strong opening yet, or mid game I should say. And that was turn 8. We see Omu also got knocked down to 6 health. That's a little scary for Matsuri there. Got Tume here with ETC, looks for another unit. Oh, it's a random secret. If you can, I don't think you really have time to like hold that for ice block or anything, right? Yeah, that is true. They gave everyone more armor. The reason they did that, they lowered max health to 30, but then they gave more armor, 10 more armor to most heroes. But they did that because they wanted actually to balance heroes with less than 40 health. So there are certain characters, like ETC, I think, for example, only has 5 armor. And also Gallywix is only like 5 armor, I think. They wanted heroes to have less than 40 health for balance reasons. So we have, ooh, bit of a dragon board there. Early Bran Caligos. For good Dummit there. Got Beater Babbitt going for pretty much pirates with a random big demon. He has the 6 cost pirate. But he doesn't want to play it here. That's the one. You get pirates for spending gold, so there's no reason to play it this turn. He'll hold on to the Naga and then get rid of that. Potentially, or get rid of the Malkazar after he uses that. Anyway, that is a giant, those are giant Murlocs that he does not have any poison or other answer to, so he's going to get smacked here a little bit by Sir Bran. And, oh wow, we have Millhouse actually getting the first kill. Oh, Omu also getting killed. So 2 characters just got knocked out there. Tamsin and Omu both getting knocked out. Truly a tragedy for them. Now we have Millhouse trying to pop off. He has the option of tripling a Wildfire Elemental. I guess because he's Millhouse, he figures he might as well. It doesn't cost him as much as it would any other character, any other hero. since he gets the free roll as well. These 5-drops do not seem particularly useful. Is there a chance that a percussionist actually kills you? I don't know if it's possible you get 3/4 cost demons. You know, that would be kind of hilarious. Oh, we were supposed to have game sound this entire time. They just gave us game sound. Let me know if you guys want to keep this on. So might as well. We're looking at Shiroza and Beater Rabbit, both guys going for pirate cycling. You can see the speed at which you gotta act for pirates. It looks like Shiroza mostly ran out of money there on the left. Beater Rabbit is still going. Beater Rabbit, due to having that 6-cost pirate, has much more of an engine. So you get to see how much value he's able to get out of that unit. Neither of them has really nearly the amount of money to actually go infinite yet. But now we will see how this fight goes. Pirates versus pirates. Good value out of both Leroys here. However, oh man, that giant cleave. Very devastating. However, that is a big pirate. That pirate that he had very early on. And in the end, it is a tie. However, as we were alluding to, Millhouse is still on tier 4, but so he's not going to get a high tier pirate anytime soon. And Beater Rabbit has a 6-cost pirate. He's able to do just way more actions per turn as a result of that extra money. So I have to imagine that'll favor him in the late game as this game progresses if they fight again. Because just look at the amount of money. He's already over the money cap. Buying battle cries. He picked up a Bran as well. He's on tier 5. He's up against the Ghost, so he's very comfortable. There's absolutely no way he takes damage, so he's able to just scale out of his mind here. He's going to pull significantly ahead potentially in this turn. Oh man, more Tavern Tempests. Oh, he's going off. He's going off. This is where the magic starts to happen. That is a golden Peggy over next to the brand, so that is a lot of scaling. Every time he sells a unit, that other pirate, I don't even know the name of that pirate, but this lady over here, she gets bigger as well. And he's getting so many units, man. He has so much to do. He might run out of time this turn. He's going fast, but he's just getting a whole lot to do here. He might actually have the amount of money. Yeah, he's just going to 6 because he knows he's going to run out of time. Because he's getting so much money. And we just watch the artist do his work. Grabs a selfless hero to end his turn here. Potentially throw that onto his endgame board. Now we have Goddammit with the Bran Dragons against Goff with just what seems to be just a much weaker dragon board. Not a terrible board by any means, but just nowhere near the level of strength that we have from Bran here. Bran has those 2 unanswered giant pirates, so I mean giant dragon murlocs. And that is not game, actually. He does barely hold on there, so he gets to live a little bit longer, maybe grab a placing or 2. It seems like there's most likely going to be a game between Beater Rabbit and Bran here. I'm going to have to watch if Beater Rabbit's able to get some poison scam to deal with those giant dragons here. Let's see, that is a lot of value we got here. There's going to be a lot of scaling for his dragons now. Or alternatively, if Beater Rabbit's able to get just a whole lot of scaling out of those pirates because you could potentially outscale those dragons as well. Once you have infinite money, you can kind of go out of your mind, right? See, ETC has a Millhouse hero, or a Millhouse buddy. Meanwhile, Millhouse is just doing things. He's still just scaling really slowly. He's on that tier 4 where he's just trying to hold on for dear life as long as possible. I think at this point he's given up on winning the lobby. He just wants to, he's just hoping he can maybe get another tie or something. Maybe hold on. Unfortunately, he's up against Goddammit, and that's going to make it very difficult for him to live here. He does have the Leroy here to try to hold on. But he's on tier 4, so there's just not that much else he can actually find. That's going to make it rough for him. Guff getting the lucky roll here, getting against the Ghost, so he will at least live another combat. Meanwhile, the bottom 2 players, otherwise, ETC and Hooktusk here. Oh, Hooktusk has also gotten a much better pirate board here. Oh wow, that's a potentially infinite pirate board. That is an infinite pirate board. If he lives here, that's going to scale like crazy. And I don't see him losing here. So that is interesting now. Yeah, Millhouse indeed getting knocked out by Bran, as expected. And ETC here is just hoping that he scams an ice block out of this random secret, right? That's kind of what he needs. Oh, we got it? Or is that splitting image? Is that ice block or splitting? Ah, nope, splitting. Debated. Truly a tragedy. It's like, ah, nope, nope, no. And he dies. So yeah, we have Guff here probably just about to get obliterated here by Hooktusk. Because I do not see, I guess he could buy multiple Leroys, but even with that, I don't see him being able to turn this quite around for him here. Wait, we have this fight still going on. That fight is still going on over there. Wait, what is even going on? Is there some kind of desync? Why is that one? This one has like 30 seconds left, but the other fight is still going. Do they only get like a 20-second rope or something? I heard there was a bug with that. And sometimes you got really short turn timers. But anyway, in any case, yeah, Millhouse got knocked out and ETC did get knocked out. That means we have Baran, Goddammit, is able to power up against the Ghost. Peter Babbitt is about to knock this guy out, I do believe, with the Hooktusk. With that giant pirate build, which there's like absolutely no answer for. His like 4th biggest unit is the same size as Guff's biggest unit, so I imagine Guff is very happy to get a 3rd place out of this game, however. He will not complain too much. But now we will see whether Peter Babbitt or Goddammit is able to either outscale the other or build a better endgame composition here. Oh man. Every time they're against this secret dude, there's just so many secrets that the fight takes really long. Oh no. So that's what's happening. That's a really big deal potentially, that you lose a lot of timer in the end fight here. At least all those Titus will get cleaned up quickly. Let's see here. So Bran finishing off the Ghost, and then he has how much time will he have? Oh, let me try to hide this thing. My bad. How do I get this thing to go away? Go away. There it goes. Alright, anyway, good. Done it with the trying to scale all of these dragons. Does not have anything as far as like any Leroys or any kind of stuff to go there, but he does triple his Caligos. Assuming he wants to, he may choose to have wider distributed stats, but I do think it makes sense to triple it here. He could potentially hit a Mantic Queen or something to get some poison, which may be more relevant. We'll see if he hits it here. Oh, we don't get to see, but he got an Uther there. Alright, and now we will compare this to see what Beater Babbitt has been able to put out here. Interesting. A mini cleave just to try to deal with potential divine shields, but he doesn't actually have a Nadina, so there are no divine shields to cleave off. A smart play nonetheless. Now, we will just see who is larger and who gets better trades. It looks like, yeah, it seemed like Beater Babbitt was larger. He got pretty good hits as well, so he wins there, and it seems like it's going to be very difficult for Brand to match that now. I have quite a bit of lag on the clean feed here. But yeah, he's not on tier 6, so it's harder for him to find poisons to be able to potentially deal with those larger minions. So he's thinking about whether he goes to 6 to just try to hit a Mana Queen, or he just tries to scale, because I don't know that scaling really will help him too much at this point. I'm sure he's thinking about what to do, because it's not super obvious to me what he should do. It's a very difficult position for him, I do believe. He does go for 6. Kind of a last YOLO just to hit a Mantid, I think. Does not hit it. I think he's nodding his head. I think he knows it's done. Because Beater Babbitt, meanwhile, not a lot got done there, and Beater Babbitt is continuing to scale through all of this. He will double sell to get one divine shield on one of his big dragons to try to help a little bit. And there's a giant cleave. He has another, this time a blaster to deal with the potential Nadina, even though again the opponent did not actually hit it. And those are just some giant pirates. They're value trading all those giant dragons. Those giant dragon murlocs that knocked out like half the players in this lobby are just getting completely outclassed by those giant pirates. And thus that is it for this lobby. Beater Babbitt pulls off the excellent victory. Congratulations for Beater Babbitt getting 7 points in round 1. Great play as well by all the players, really. So that will be it for round 1. I don't know if they're going to be, let me try to see. I don't know if they're jumping between lobbies or if they're just going to finish off with this lobby here. Let's get some ears on what they're saying here.
Elementals, Pirates, Dragons in that lobby, with Millhouse, Bran, Hook Tusk, kind of these economy heroes all racing to spike those win conditions and then just be like the lord of economy in that game, which we do still have another side, which is the more heavily token and summon based side of things.
Yeah, they were just talking about the lobby, and as they mentioned, yeah, because there were elementals and dragons, and pirates. Just a whole lot of scaling you could do. A couple players got knocked out early, and as a result, a few of the players were able to survive. Were able to get big scaling in. But very cool, very cool. They were showing some replays of that game. They were showing that was one of the key fights where Millhouse almost knocked out Hooktusk, and Hooktusk just survived a couple of those critical fights, just barely turned the corner to get into that big endgame comp. And that is why Beater Babbitt was able to take away the victory. In any case, cool game, cool game. Alright, we got a 5-minute break. I think I will take a short break as well. I appreciate everyone hanging out. We will be right back in a couple minutes. I'll grab a drink and stuff. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Looks like we got a minute or so. What is my MMR in Battlegrounds? I haven't played enough to like realize whatever my MMR like would be. I've only played like a handful of games. I'm at like 7k right now, according to the thing, but I don't know how high it would be. But at some point I'll play a lot more and we'll see where we end up. I'm guessing I could be like 11k or something right now. Hopefully I'll improve from there, but we'll see. I hadn't been playing for a long time, so been watching more to learn, and that's why we are doing this, to get to see some of the best players in the world play this game, compete against each other. And this is how what they're showing here. This is the overview of how the tournament will go. I believe this is only relevant tomorrow because I believe on day 1 they're just doing 3 matches for each group. So I think we're just jumping back into the same players, but I could be wrong. We will see, because I'm actually not quite familiar. We will see whether we jump into Group B or we go back to Group A. Been playing 2 weeks after your break. Yeah, I haven't really played. This is the first time I played really since I pretty much hard quit when they made the game pay to win slightly. So fixing a small issue. Oh no, we have to wait 2 more minutes. But so when they entered the pass, or when they enabled the pass, I pretty much stopped playing. But came back because I was interested in diversifying more into other game modes. So. Where it is, yeah, 2 8-player lobbies for the top 16 playing 3 games, and they jump really fast out of this screen. I want to actually see this. So top 4 from each lobby advances to the finals on day 2, and then that is in the final lobby they have the check format. We got 1 more minute. And we will get back into these games. Yeah. I'd be curious what other people want to see. I hope to see like a bunch of different tribes. I want to see like a Beast Quillboar tribe just to see what these players, and hopefully like Beast Quillboar's max, just all the different tribes just to see how it goes differently. But also I'd be pretty happy to see another similar lobby with all of the higher economy stuff, but also a mixed lobby would be really cool. So we will see. "25 seconds. But for the players that got on the lower end out of the first one, uh-oh. Please no buffering, YouTube. Help. Oh, this is the stream that I'm watching, which is okay. Now we're back. That's not my stream, that is their stream. Alright, hopefully we will be set here. Ready for the second round to start. I will try to listen in and see if they're talking about the same group. I imagine they're showing the resulting scores that we have from the last combat. Your rabbit getting 7, and because 2 of the players did come out as a tie at both 4th, 5th, and also in 7th, 8th, those players will split the points. That's why they have half a point there. They're not in the actual game. MMR wise, it counts as the same, but they kind of count you as if you had higher health before you die, you win the tiebreaker. But for this, they're not doing the tiebreaker that way. If you die at the same time, it's the same placement. So that's why they are just doing the half points that way. Even in game, you get the same MMR whether you're technically 4th or 5th if you tiebreak, if you tie there. So they revealed the new cards. Oh yes, we can look at those really quick. I will pull that up really fast while we look at this. So that's interesting. The dual class is Death Knight. Oh yeah, so Hollow Hound was already revealed. Young Yellor was also revealed. Do they have I don't see anything for Paladin here. Actually, I don't see anything on the website new yet, so... It's on Ben Hearthstone's Twitter, so I can pull it up here. Alright, we can pull this up. Dead Air is the first one. Destroy your undead, resummon them. Kind of interesting because it's like a bad unholy frenzy, right? Most of the time, there's obviously very specific things you can combo with it. Because they're pointing out like Cagehead, but that just doesn't seem... That seems rather niche. I don't see that being a very good card for Arena. Next up, we have Cold Feet. Enemy minions cost 5 more next turn. It's like, yeah, it's like a Rebuke. Loatheb Battlecry. Except it's minions. I guess that's pretty... Do you actually draft this in Arena? I don't know, that's interesting. Maybe you do, because I mean, you can really cack people in Arena with that. That's an interesting one. The last one we have here is Cool Ghoul. 4 mana, 3/1 Divine Shield Reborn. So it takes 4 hits to kill. That is so hard to kill, right? That is crazy. That seems like it would be really good. But anyway, we're getting into the lobby here. So let's jump into that. We have another Guff picked. We have a Maiev from Goddammit. Waterloo, I believe that is, dude, I am so bad with names. It's the guy that evolves one of the minions in the lobby, in the tavern. We got a Nazoth there. We have a Lich King from Sharosa. Entume, I imagine the black box is just ETC again. Is that how this is gonna work? I guess so, right? You just don't have an image for ETC. Did they disconnect again? I imagine they must have disconnected again. Let me I'm gonna mouse over all these review all the names of these guys. I keep forgetting names. Been enjoying BGs way more than Arena recently. Yeah, I've been watching it a lot more as I've been wanting to learn it. So, Galakron is what that guy was called. Right. I just need to review all of these names. So let's see, they are resetting the lobby, I do imagine, so... In any case, yeah, that particular minion, we can go back to talking about this, I guess. Yeah, this particular minion, that seems really, really strong. Wow. Because that's just, I mean, that just never dies, right? Unless you silence it, obviously. It is very vulnerable to silence, obviously, but... I guess the thing is that... In practice, that's just going to be a 3-attack minion that just never dies. It does mean it's only 3 attack for 4 mana. So it's not that aggressive, but it's just really annoying. So it's more useful defensively. But it's also like an aggressive card that just, you keep going face with it and it never dies. It's hard to do like repeated pings like that. So like you just aren't going to be able to kill this thing. It's just going to stay on the board forever. And they're pointing out here as well, with his card reveals, Ben Hearthstone is doing a cool job because he's, you know, Ben Hearthstone, he's like a Twitter content creator. He just shares a bunch of Hearthstone stuff, and he's done this by, he's just showing all the synergies and stuff and pointing out that, yeah, you can synergize it with a lot of this stuff. Potentially Funkfin, specifically Funkfin and Jitterbug for Paladin. A lot more Divine Shield synergy in Paladin, obviously, but yeah. Let me see, that is it for these reveals, right? They haven't showed, like, he's also showing that how you can buy it. You get a diamond legendary if you buy the golden version, which I probably will do on 2 of my accounts at least. They haven't shown which diamond legendary it is though, right? I'm curious which diamond legendary they will make it be. Anyway, let's get that sidebar to go away. Would I enjoy BGs more in Arena if I was good at BGs more than Arena? I mean, my plan is to get as good at BGs as I am in Arena. So, and then once I'm there, we will see. It'd be hard to be, it's really hard to be like a truly top player in BGs, but we will try though. I will be a pain in duels where Paladin Hero Power revives a dead minion. Yeah, that will be painful. I guess the challenge of that, though, is that you actually have to have it die. It's probably, in duels, you're probably going to play it for 4 mana and then your opponent just won't kill it, right? But yeah, it'll be very annoying because then again, it's just a minion that you won't be able to kill. But if it doesn't die, you can't resurrect it. You might want to run something to kill it off yourself, actually, which would be kind of hilarious. I don't know if Paladin really can. I guess you can take away its Divine Shield, at least, and then trade it off. Alright, we got, and I forget this guy's name, dude, why am I so bad at names of... Since I'm still coming back to this mode, Master Nguyen, it's like all the names are just gonna take a while to come back to me. Alright, we got, ooh, I really like, we got Coin Dude. We got Barov at the top there from Shiroza. We have Deathwing. Oh, we get to see Bearded Rabbit's quest choices here. Spin the Wheel of Yogg-Saron is one choice. He has to do Murlocs or Naga, and he actually does go for it. Well, that's a fun one. Oh yeah, let me hide myself. Bye! So that could take potentially a while to finish, but he gets 1 Naga immediately, so hopefully it won't take him too long. Mistake makes a lot of those kind of quests a lot easier to potentially finish if you really want to force them, although you usually don't want to buy mistakes. That would usually be a mistake. But, you know. Nguyen gets, oh, does he go for a Galakron here? You might as well pick Galakron, because the other one's useless. Unless you want to save it till later. You might just want to save it till later. The one interesting thing about Nguyen is that once you see Hero Power, you can't get it for a little while, or you're less likely to get it later. So, if you want the Hero Power later, you might not want to take it immediately. So that may be why he's opting to delay that one. We've got Shutterwalk here with just infinite money. Sounds about right. Also with a frozen camera. Also sounds about right. He's just very serious and just doesn't actually move. But just look at all that money. Look at all that money. Got ETC here. Will he go 3-on-3? It looks like he does. That's probably why you buy a Sunbacon, right? To go 3-on-3. Yep, goes 3-on-3. So next turn he will go Hero Power and then buy a unit as well. Hopefully a good tier 3 unit. Oh, we gotta look at what kind of minion types there are in the game this time. So we can see 4 right there. We have Beast, Naga, Quillbore, and Demon. So there's one more minion type. I'm going to see. Yeah, here's Barov. Barov getting to. I really enjoy playing Barov. Barov main game is really cool. You get to choose. The way it works is you get 2 random opponents, and you have to choose which one will win. If you win, you pay 1 gold to bet, but then you get 3 gold if you win. And usually, if you know what you're doing, you should be able to win like 70-80% of the time at least. So you usually get a lot of money. That's the idea, anyway. And oh yeah, the other tribe is Murlocs. So that means there are no dragons in this lobby. No elementals in this lobby. So a very different one. Still no mechs, unfortunately. I want to see mechs, but... So this would be a cool combination of choices here. We got ETC going for a Discover. Will he go for a quest, I wonder, or will he go for better tempo? Seems a little painful to try to go for a quest right now, because that would be so much... That'd be so weak on tempo compared to the other options. I don't know if he can afford that right now. Seems a little greedy. Stormpike Lieutenant, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to... I didn't see, actually, if there was a potential Avenge trigger on the board. There is not. He does go for it, just because I guess it's the best unit, and... potentially go for it here. And now what does he buy? We will never find out. Barov yet again. Barov getting a really good demon opening to take advantage of some of that armor. Barov having a huge amount of armor. That a bunch of those pink dudes will eat up the Wrath Reavers. Nguyen as well. Wow, Nguyen has a really good tempo opening as well. So he's actually going to... The last thing you want to do as demons is take early damage. Usually you're supposed to be the one dealing damage, but looks like he might have been taking a little bit of damage there. It's less important than it used to be now that the immune demon is a lot cheaper than it used to be. You don't have to wait for Mal'Ganis anymore. There's a much cheaper version, which is that demon on the far left over there. We're jumping back to Shudderwalk here. Shudderwalk still with all that money. Oh my gosh. That is a thing. He gets a Rylak as well. He actually chooses, I imagine that's not a mistake, he actually chooses not to buff it. Interesting that he doesn't choose to go for the Felemental there to buff the Tavern. He just wants all the money in the world. He's gonna, you gotta imagine, tier up very, very quickly there. Demons always felt like a third, fourth place comp. What you can do now is if you go for specifically that combination of Phylac Felemental, you can go for a whole bunch of hand buffs or a bunch of board buffs, and then you get a Felbat, and then you just get giant minions that can actually outscale other comps. But he chose not to go for that. It's a little hard to set up, especially in such a high level lobby. Probably just imagines it's just a little too greedy to be worth going for it. Well, that's pretty cool. Nguyen got the hero power of Gallywix this turn, so he's gonna have a whole bunch of money next turn. Nguyen, if you don't know, is he gets to a random choice of 2 hero powers every turn, so you get to cycle between all the strong hero powers, basically. Most of the time, at least. Sometimes you get something useless, but sometimes you get something OP. So now you can see he has a 11 gold turn on only, like, what is this, turn 6? Yep. We have ETC's choice of he got 3 different tier 4 buddies here. You can add to your next opponent's buddy. Get a battle cry. Weebomination. He does choose to get some more opponent's buddies. He's facing Shudderwalk here, so he gets a Shudderwalk buddy immediately next turn, and meanwhile Shudderwalk converting all of that money into a quick Mama Bear. He can, if he wants, he can get another coin here, which it looks like he will take. That's a golden, oh wow, golden coin giver, so he gets 2 coins per turn. And he can look for another beast to combo with that Mama Bear. Potentially 2. Meanwhile, a Beater Babbit, he did finish that quest already. There's a bunch of Nagas here with spinning the wheel of Yogg-Saron. See how this works out for him. It's not a particularly inspiring board, frankly, to me. And he's going to be taking 15, it looks like. Yeah. So he's in lethal range. That's a little painful. Only 14. Unfortunately, he's still below 15, which is the damage cap, so he can still get knocked out in one shot. He's only at tier 3. We see he needs something good here. Okay, he gets a lot of tempo, a lot of buffs there at least, so that's helpful. Does that give him enough time to level here? Unfortunately, it's not a great unit to buy, so if he levels, he's mostly skipping his turns, so that doesn't feel great. Oh yeah, there is no sound here on this clean feed, unfortunately. Do you guys want me to just put like my music on the background? Because I could do that, or we can enjoy the silence. It's up to you guys. Meanwhile, Master Nguyen here has a Illidan hero power. Mr. Stormrage himself. Triples the Picky Eater. Can go for a 5-drop here. He like swapped a buddy last turn into the shop. That's interesting. Rolls past it though. Gets a few tempo drops here potentially. Meanwhile, Zarella sitting here kind of chilling, going for a bit of tier 4 Naga type strategy. Oh wow, runs out of time there at the end. Brutal. He didn't get to play the Zarella didn't get to play that the duo, so that's gonna delay. That seems like a really bad mistake there. Because duo needs to sit on the board for 2 turns before it gets to do its effect. It's a greedy unit. You want to get it down, so not getting to play it seems bad. Unless there is some particular plan for it. It wasn't hand buffing that turn either. Maybe he's just chilling on it intentionally, I don't know. Maybe these are high level plays that I don't understand. There is a Elise here. Roll for some of those golden monkeys. Deathwing also rolling with an Elise here. There's the option to pick up a pair of the Death Rattle buff dude, but probably not what he wants. What does he copy with this duo is interesting. He can, well, he could grab that Death Rattle and then triple it immediately with the duo, because duo, as you can see, has its little activation thing going off. So he will be able to triple it if he wants. He chooses to bypass it instead, however. You can also, I believe you can duo a Golden Monkey, which would just give you another triple instantly. That may be what he's opting to go for instead. He also has another duo, but also a Reborn Snake here if he wants it. Very interested to see what he opts to go for here. He grabs the Reborn. He is going to copy the Death Rattle beast. And he's going to probably buy that Golden Monkey and then roll for another Golden Monkey, and then he has 2 shots for Mama Bear, I imagine. Meanwhile, he's getting kind of smashed here. Let's see, there's a lot of power embedded in that little beast, though. Yeah, he's still getting smacked. He fortunately does clear off that big 5-drop, so he's only going to take 6 damage here. That's going to keep him above the damage cap. Assuming no player gets knocked out. Oh, the damage cap just ended because it's turn 9 though, so I guess that's not the most important thing. Spins the wheel. There's a pyro buff. Didn't get too many pyro buffs. Those are good buffs though, because they did hit the horseman. However, so at least the buffs you did get were relevant. Meanwhile, man, there's a lot of Elise in this lobby. He buys the entire tavern with his hero power there. Slams the gold monkey, gets a 5-drop. Mongo Bopper, I have not seen that unit very much. Quillboars, of course, were just added very recently. He actually evolves it, gets a Ghast Coiler, that's pretty nice. Okay. Good unit there. Does he have enough money to actually hit another golden monkey? I don't believe so, right? Not enough to roll for it and buy it. He's cycling through a whole bunch of demons here. Trying to buff up that stuff. Wow, he gets another one of those pairs of Death Rattle minions. He will actually opt to triple it this time. He passed on it the other time. Oh, never mind. He's actually copying the Elise. Double Elise is really cool. Meanwhile, we have Deathwing did actually hit one of the mountain bears. Mama bears. It unfortunately immediately got sniped. However, that is not good for Deathwing. However, he's not going to take lethal damage. He might win this fight anyway, actually. He's really strong. Or Zarella more probably is just kind of weak. So even though Mama Bear got sniped, still dealing a lot of damage to Zarella there. It's very possible the Mama Bear could have just not died, and that could have been like an extra 10 damage being dealt to the Zarella there. Zarella could have easily taken like 20, 25. Oh my god, that's a giant golden monkey. What the hell? Uther's a little weird because now everything has so much health, you're going to make anything you use that on smaller. Unless you use it, I guess, on your Murloc on the board. That's the only thing with less than 15 health. Meanwhile, look at the hand size of ETC. So many options, so many things to use. He grabs another golden monkey here. Gets, oh man, Coral? Murloc dude is so big. It's going to be so large. Is that what he goes for? It is. Another monkey. Meanwhile, sells off a bunch of the smaller units out of his hand. Buys another golden monkey. What will he get here? Another Ghast Coiler. Or, he doesn't have a Ghast Coiler. First Ghast Coiler he will take. He's going to have so much money as a result of that Bran with those Murloc combinations to just feed him infinite money. He really wants to hit that. I imagine he wants to hit that, the Poison Giver Murloc. Oh wow, he actually sells out of that unit. He buffs up the Coral. Oh yeah, he already had another one, so yeah, he buffs up the Coral. Going to continue going for Avenge, it looks like, on the board. Try to continue to hand buff to board buff everything. Meanwhile, we will see if Zarella has gotten stronger. Zarella does seem like it's gotten quite a bit stronger. Oh, that was not what they wanted, however. Unfortunately, the Avenge gets sniped there. Whole bunch of buffs here, but alright, it's going to work out pretty well for the Zarella, though. Zarella, it looks like Bran is going to die, so not going to take too much damage here. Actually taking the minimum damage, which is still 11. So Zarella is starting to get beaten down, but they do have more time here. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Matsuri being the first one to get knocked out here, it does look like Shudderwalk just obliterating him. Shudderwalk converting all of that early gold into a very powerful board. knocking out Matsuri there. Meanwhile, we have Beater Babbit here with the Sire Denathrius. Actually has a Light Fang on the board. Not something you see every day. Oh, he actually has the option to get the double Light Fang there. Don't know that he's going to go for that. I would imagine he won't, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Barov, Shiroza on the Barov here, deciding that it's a little too late for Bran, just goes for the more immediate buff. Meanwhile, he continues to buff up this demon board. He does have that Tichondrius, which he's going to buff a little bit here to try to make it a slightly more relevant unit on the board, as it does not buff itself. Meanwhile, he is going to grab a Elemental for the last buff here on the board. Imagine he is going to sell it, so he gets a last bet in before this combat. Meanwhile, we have a second Mama Bear being pulled up by Shudderwalk here, which he's going to give Divine Shield to. So both Mama Bears are effectively unsnipeable. He's able to buff it easily out of zap range as well. That seems like a very strong board over there. And he still had the Reborn Snake, so one of them, either that or the Hoiler, was going to gain Reborn. Meanwhile, we also have Deathwing here with a very strong beast board. All 6 of those beasts are going to have Reborn now. The only thing is that Tide is not doing all that much right here, but we will, well, it'll depend on which order these units get sniped in, so we will see. It's a bit of RNG. Pretty much any beast board has a bit of RNG. It's always possible you get kind of cacked, but we'll see how it goes. It looks like he has a pretty safe board against this. Alright, not much value out of that Death Rattle there, but it will protect, it will guarantee that the Titus doesn't die on this hit, which will guarantee that he does get all of the value out of that snake here. Oh man, he got a well-timed Banana Slammer randomly, and that will give him a whole lot of stats there. Even though it does not live too long, it did its job essentially. So yeah, now that is just a lot of power, and yeah, that's going to be a very unhappy opponent there, which I believe that player just got knocked out. I forgot who we were looking at on the other side, but yeah. Meanwhile, the Wheel of Yogg-Saron giving Sire Denathrius from Beater Babbit here effectively a Golden Monkey, and while we actually have a double Light Fang being doubled, so effectively 4 Light Fangs on the board right now. He's hoping to, the dream would be to find yet another Light Fang. Oh, we have audio coming in on the clean feed. We did it. Nice. Meanwhile, Goddammit here has the option to triple this Reborn Snake if he wants to. Do he want to is the question. You probably get, like, it's weaker, but he has a lot of time to roll, so he can potentially roll into, potentially triple into a Mountain Bear. Or a Mama, I keep saying Mountain Bear because of Arena. We'll see if he's able to hit something here, though. He does go for a 5, unfortunately does not hit Mama Bear. Not sure if he would actually want to triple that Mama Bear, because it's a little dangerous if he actually does, but let's see, will he go for a lure here? He's running out of time, he only has 15 seconds, he still has 7 gold left to spend. Maybe he's probably planning on going up to 5 anyway. Oh no, he's grabbing that blaster, hoping that that will wreck his opponent. Unfortunately, it does not look like it will. The Shudderwalk does not have a board that's remotely weak to blaster. Meanwhile, Shudderwalk actually has Death Rattle Remover, which, if that will hit, I guess because he has 2 Death Rattles, they will do their job effectively, because they're going to make sure that none of the important units get sniped by that Reborn removal. So that's going to be good here for them. However, oh wow, a bunch of the Mama Bears in danger of getting sniped here. It's a big attack. He does snipe a Mama Bear. Would have been best to snipe the Titus, but that's still a lot of value. So at least these Death Rattles would be a lot smaller. Oh wow, that random blaster getting a lot of damage, a lot of value there actually. Well, yeah, it looks like Deathwing will not be long for this world, I do not believe. I don't think there's anything. He could have gotten he's not on tier 6, I guess he can't get a Coiler. But yeah, that is going to be it for Deathwing here. Goddammit, getting knocked out at... Let me see, will that be 4th place? Yeah, 4th place for Goddammit there. Meanwhile, we just have ETC, Sire Denathrius, and Shutterwalk in the lobby. Shutterwalk is like not taking damage this entire time. He's used all that money to get to tier 6 as well. He's the only player that even attempted to go to tier 6 so far in this lobby. And he is the guy with all the health. So it'll be very tough to take him out. Any player would have to beat him multiple times. And right now it is ETC tasked with that job right now. We will see if he's able to do it. Meanwhile, we don't know which, oh, we don't know, we do know that Peter Babbitt on Sire Denathrius is actually, he has the easy fight against the Deathwing Ghost. Although Deathwing was not weak, it is very possible that Deathwing might actually take out the Sire Denathrius here. If you're less familiar with Battlegrounds, when there always if there is an odd number of players still alive, there will be one of the players will face the Ghost instead of one of the other players. And the Ghost is just the board that one of the other players had when they were killed, or the last player that was killed. So that is what we are going to see here. It is possible that Sire Denathrius will lose to the Ghost. Doesn't happen very often, but sometimes a player will die to a Ghost. Meanwhile, we have a whole lot of poison here by the Shutterwalk here from Tume. See what's able to happen here. Not too much value out of that guy over there. He does take the poison away from the from that unit there, which is very relevant as it loses poison, but the giant minion getting sniped regardless. Now we have a whole bunch of mountain bears. I'm just gonna call them mountain bears at this point. It's fine. Yeah, this looks a little bad for ETC. ETC, it does look like is going to get knocked out here. I believe that's just way too many stats. Okay, especially with the random Leroy getting summoned. Yeah, that's going to be it for our ETC player here. Alatumu getting knocked out at 3rd place. We'll see if Peter Babbitt was able to hold on against the Ghost. It looks like indeed he was. Potentially one last wheel of Yogg-Saron being spinned here. Gets 2 random Dark Moon prizes. The goggles and all that glitters. A bunch of units getting bought up here. Looks like he's planning on holding on to that. Blaster. He does golden the extra, oh wow, Banana Slammer. That's why he bought up all those units, to make a random unit golden. He wanted the golden Banana Slammer. So that is a lot of stats all of a sudden being pulled up. It's probably considering why he still wants to hold on to that Blaster here, because he has to sell either a Blaster or the Sewer Rat, or he has to sell one of his other units, which seems illegal. So he does choose to get rid of the Blaster. Has the option now between putting a Gas Coiler or a Sewer Rat to finish off his board here. So he will choose the Gas Coiler. Is going to be a giant Blanchy, because that is going to have its stats increased by 6 times when it dies and comes back. So, in come potentially the last fight. Oh, that way this is lined up, the horse is going to get a whole lot of value here. We will see. He just needs to hope. It actually can't right now. It can't go into the poison. It looks like it will eventually, but it's not going to be able to right now. There is actually a chance that this poison gets sniped. Unfortunately, it does not get sniped. 1 out of 4 there to potentially win the combat right there, I think. Yeah, easily, right? Because there's no way that... Almost no way. I guess the Coiler could still summon a Leroy, but that would have been a huge win for him there. Unfortunately, as is, still a potentially close fight. We'll see. We have to see if the Coiler summons any beasts. Does not. It summons a poison, though, so that is it. For Beater Rabbit there. You can see he knows it. And Tume on the Shutterwalk getting a very clean victory. However, that is really good for Beater Rabbit. Beater Rabbit winning the last round and then also getting second here. That probably... I don't know if that officially clinches it, but that means he's very, very likely to move on. Again, the top 4 will move on to the combat here. We'll move on to the top 8. So, that is it for that fight. I'm sure they will pull up the standings rather quickly, but yeah, quite exciting game. A lot of players going for those beasts there. The beast players generally doing pretty well in that lobby too. So yeah, Beater Rabbit definitely the point leader after that. I forget exactly where everyone was, but I'm sure they will pull it up very quickly once they set up that graphic. But yeah, very interesting game. Beater Rabbit definitely the point leader in this lobby, and again, I'm not sure if that mathematically clinches it, but I think that should be enough that he's almost guaranteed to move on at this point to the top 8. So congratulations to Beater Rabbit a little preemptively on that. We will see how the other standings look up in a second as they pull it up. But yeah, very exciting game. Just hope we get mechs in the lobby next time around. They're showing a replay of some of these. Beater Rabbit going for some of these Wheel of Yogg-Sarongs. There was that big Rod of Roasting buffing up the Blanchy, which made a lot of relevance to him surviving until the later fights there. There was Deathwing getting knocked out by Shutterwalk. There was the last fight. Shutterwalk clinching the victory. Now we will be back in 3 minutes. I will take a quick question break as well. Appreciate everyone hanging out. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. already. We're back. Peter Babbitt getting a whole bunch of the fantasy picks. That's fine. Peter Babbitt is an amazing player. Tume actually getting the least out of anyone. Of course, he won that lobby with the Shutterwalk rather handily, so congratulations to him on that result there. We'll pull up. Let me see. They didn't show the standings yet, did they? I don't believe they did. There are the standings here. Tume in second place with that victory there. He got one of the middle results the first round. Goddammit right behind him with second place and a fourth place. Peter Babbitt, of course, in the lead. This is after 2 rounds out of 3. So, actually, yeah, mathematically, Peter Babbitt is already clinched. There are only 7 points available, so even if he goes last, he moved on. He's already clinched his berth in the finals here. Very cool. Or Peter Babbitt there. Of course, I do believe. Let's pull this up again. Does mean that Matsuri is almost guaranteed to not make it as a 7th, 8th, and an 8th. So unfortunately, Matsuri is not 100% knocked out, but very close to guaranteed knocked out already with that. Yeah, because it would have to be. It is mathematically possible for Matsuri to move on, but realistically, it's not going to happen. It would require everything to line up. He would have to win, and everything would have to go perfectly. Penguin-san would have to go 8th. Harutomo and Shirosa would also have to go like 7th and 6th or something like that. It's virtually impossible. But other than that, everyone else is in the running here. No one else should be completely clinched. It's likely that Tume and Goddammit will make it, but of course, anything can happen in the last lobby. If they go 8th, they definitely have a chance of getting knocked down. So with that, we will move on to the third lobby. We will see if we can do it without a reset this time. Surely they'll be able to, right? Yeah, Peter Babbitt just playing for bragging rights at this point. He's grabbed Vol'jin here. Meanwhile, Shirosa has the... Dude, how am I so bad with names? I've said this name so many times. Barov. We got a Barov here. We have Alutamu pulling up the ETC. Matsuri grabbing Kael'thas. Goddammit here appears to have grabbed Varden. Tume looks like we'll get ETC. As we mentioned already. We have Phelan over here from Alutamu. Anyone else? Waterloo grabbed Alakir. And Shirosa has grabbed Malagos, and Penguin Sun has grabbed Zarella. So Phelan here skips his turn 1, but gets to choose between 3 different means. He gets to level up 2 later in the game. At level 2, level 4, and level 6, he gets a Elise on level 4, and then level 6, none of these are super inspiring. He actually picks the Fort, just in case that will give him tempo. A lot of times that's what you want, because you don't know which direction you're going to get pushed into towards the game. So there is a chance that that will provide tempo to go up to level 6. But it's very likely he's just going to go with the Elise on turn 4, I imagine. Meanwhile, we have Malagos here, gets a very good tempo 1-drop here. It's going to try to reroll stuff just to see if there's any economy he can get here. Does not get any true economy. There is a potential blood gem, but we'll see if he opts to just let this happen go. I imagine he will. Not freezing for a blood gem here. Oh wow, meanwhile we have Zarella. Zarella actually got a bit of RNG there, was able to eat the 5/5 undead with that picky eater, so a random 7/7 is on the board. That's going to really help her guarantee that she doesn't take any early damage. Would make some very sad opponents, potentially. Meanwhile, Varden getting kind of kicked by the ETC, the demons dealing an extra point of damage to him. You grab it barely taking damage from that 7/7. Only had 6 damage on the board, so not quite there. Well, we'll see if ETC chooses to go 3-on-3, as all the other ETCs have. This is a decent board to just buy, I guess. He's considering whether he wants to... I don't know, what would you really do? You would just like buy the jug and sell it, right? He goes for the ETC hero power first, which means he's just going to sell it and then buy a harvest golem. Okay, but that is a lot of death rattle tempo, so potentially if he can get... He's going to keep hero powering, it looks like. He'll level on the 7 gold turn, I imagine. He's going to go for some of those avenge hero powers to combo with all those death rattles, it would appear. Meanwhile, we have Alec here and Phelan both going 3-on-3. So neither of them dealing damage, as neither of them had any board at all. Meanwhile, Varden has the option of getting a really nice tempo pair there, if he wants to go for that. So I don't know what else he can do. He could buy 1 and keep it frozen to try to triple them. That is the other thing he could do. We'll see if he opts for that. Meanwhile, Kael'thas. Ooh, Kael'thas has a bunch of pairs. A triple on the board already with a bunch of pairs here. It's a little weird because he's not going to have enough units to really get the Avenge going for that. You need 4 minions to die to get gold off of that. But I guess with 2 Harvest Golems, it is very possible he can get some Avenges going there. Very cool. Meanwhile, ETC did not hit any of the Avenges. I imagine that's what he wanted. Rather unfortunate there. He does get to copy a death rattle, so effectively he has 2 of that buddy that summons a whole bunch of units there. So he will have a very good Avenge board, and there are mechs in, so he can potentially get the death rattle mech on 4 at some point. I'm sure he will still be looking for that. Meanwhile, Malago's here going for the death rattle buff on the undead micro mummy there. But a rather weak board. Because it's a weak board, unfortunately for Kael'thas, he's not going to get any of that Avenge value. The opponent is too weak. Isn't that the worst feeling? Your opponent is too weak, so you can't get any of your Avenges to trigger. Truly a disaster. Meanwhile, Zarella has the choice to triple that. That's a very nice triple, because that means the Divine Shield will be permanent once you triple that. And you put a single blood gem on it, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. And it looks like he is going to choose to go for a 5 here. He could go for a 4. There's some really good 4s for Quillbores, but he is opting to go for a 5 again. He probably doesn't want to commit into the Quillbore direction, considering hero powering that pup bot there. We'll see what Penguin San decides to do with that gold. He's going to be floating in gold potentially if he uses a hero power, but it would make sense if you're going to use it on the pup bot. You get that extra stat there. Meanwhile, we have Phelan. He's gotten to level 4. He's gotten that early Elise. Does not have a whole lot of a board though, but he has a lot of money, which he will be able to use to fill his board with golden monkeys and some of the things. He was choosing whether or not to freeze that board. He does opt to freeze it. He will be able to buy a unit off of that board, and then also get a golden monkey. He'll have just enough money to get all those rolls in. Imagine that's what he's going to be trying to go for. Hope we get to stick around and watch this turn. He has 9 gold. Yeah, he does buy the Scrap Scraper. He has an option to pick up a War Gear, but he passes it. I think he's pretty committed into rolling. Yeah, he's rolling for that golden monkey. He does grab it here. He also has that reflective bot on the board, and as well, choice of a boombox or a brand, or even a hungry abomination. Probably not that unit here. I think you need the boombox. Looks very lovely here. We'll opt for that. See if he might freeze for that reflective bot. Maybe not though. You know, Good Diamond has built up quite an avenge board here. Interesting to see what he will opt for here though. He's still rather lacking. He has a lot of setup, but just seems to be severely lacking direction. Not sure what he's really going to be able to go for with this. He is going to opt to put those buffs, attempt to put those buffs on the menace in hand so that he can potentially use it on something else. If he gets like Reflectabot, he can convert those buffs into the Reflectabot. Meanwhile, Zarella actually has one of those abominations on his board. He has that big Divine Shield unit, but otherwise not a whole lot going for him here. Can't get a whole lot of Avenge with that board, unfortunately. He's looking a little rough over there. You know, Shirosa has a lot of money being built up by those undeads, copying units off of the opponent's board. We'll see if he can... Oh my god, he's going to get 2 golden monkeys. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wow. Oh, that is huge for Shirosa here on the Malagos. Huge! Well, and he wins the fight. That's like even worse than when you feed a Tess. You feed someone multiple golden monkeys they don't even have to pay gold for. Just free golden monkeys there. Wow. Huge, huge play there. And he's able to go for level to 5 to go for 6s here. Gets interesting. Interesting choices here. Can't imagine he goes for Death Whisper. He does go for the Uther there. Sells off the first golden monkey. Gets to go again. We'll buff up one of those undeads. It's going to reroll. Ooh, nice. Hits the poison there. That's a boogie monster as well. Needs to free up some hand space, or board space I should say. Imagine he's popping that Murloc. Looks like the Murloc's going to go. Imagine he has the choice between killing the demon or killing the other undead. You probably don't need both of the undeads here. He does choose to get rid of the demon to keep the undead on board. Continue to potentially steal win conditions from opponents. Unfortunately here, Par there, making his board slightly weaker. Anyway, very cool. You know what, Alitemu, oh my god, he got the ability to copy his opponent's board, I guess, right? Oh no, that's just a golden release, my bad. So he's able to get multiple golden monkeys per turn here. We got a battle of the high tier units coming up right here. You know, ETC we haven't checked out for a while. It's gotten a whole bunch of those units built up. Unfortunately, the Deflective Bot will get sniped by the Dr. Boom. And how's this fight going? It looks like Balin may have a little bit too much. We'll see what these Death Rattles summon. There's not too much good you can get off of those. We'll see where this goes. Okay, that's huge. Looks like ETC is just barely going to win this combat by a little Micro Mummy Reborn. Very close fight there. Meanwhile, Vol'jin rolling. Peter Babbitt again has already clinched his finish into the top 4. I don't know if there's any, I don't think there is any consequence to being a higher place. I could be wrong. So he's really just playing for fun at this point, for practice. He's a very focused player, so he's definitely not taking this easy by any means, just because he quote unquote can. There would be a slight element of strategy, though, that he could particularly try to deal damage to particular players if he did fear someone and wanted to knock him out. But you'll see he does swap a little bit of stats onto his Avenge dude to try to get that thing to be a little bit sturdier. He can exchange his demon for a little bit of money here. Imagine that's what he's going to do. Yep, he grabs the Tad. Just to have a little bit more money for next turn. Meanwhile, Kael'thas is able to triple this Harvest Golem. He has a bit of a mech setup here, but it feels like he's a little bit slow, right? He just leveled up to 4. It seems like he's just going to be a little bit slow here, but we will see how he does in this combat. It's going to be very critical to see whether or not he can survive this fight here. He's against Beater Bab, and Beater Bab isn't particularly strong here. I think he should be okay. Oh, those buffs are going to be pretty significant, though, from the Avenge over there, so we will see. I think these Reflective Bots will be able to hold him off, though. But both these players are farming Magnetics here. Meanwhile, Alec here is actually knocking out Valen. So Alutemu was... This was a very important round for... Well, it's an important round for everyone, except for Beater Babbit. Oh, Beater Babbit did actually get knocked out there. Alutemu getting knocked out as well. We'll have to check the finals. That might mean that Alutemu is knocked out of the tournament. We will have to see at the end results, though. Meanwhile, he gets a Mecha Drax here, gets to reroll it, try to hit some good tempo there. Waterloo here with a bit of a mech board. Basically all the players going for mechs here. He's able to get another Anoia module for another Taunt Divine Shield on one of his mechs. Do you think he will taunt both of his menaces here? Seems like that would make a decent amount of sense. He would be playing with 6 units, but what's interesting is that he is a Alec here, so he doesn't really need both of those Divine Shields, at least not at this moment, but maybe worth going for it anyway. Alec here with mechs can be a little bit awkward sometimes, because maybe when you want to start with your Deflectobot, then you actually can't, because it gains Taunt and Wind Fury, which makes it very likely to die, so it can actually be very awkward to play mechs with that hero. As it reduces your flexibility in how you can position, the hero power becomes an actual potential downside. While ETC has the option to triple his Deflecto, well, often you do not want to triple a Deflecto. Instead, he actually chooses to sell his smaller Deflecto to buy a bigger Deflecto to replace it. It would often be very nice to get like a big Deflecto and then get another Deflecto, but especially with how many players are going for mechs, if you triple your Deflecto, you are not very likely to find another one, so it'd be very, very risky to ever go for such a play. However, potentially, the mech players are going to start dying, which could actually help with that. Ooh, ow, that is painful. Not getting the reset because the Micro Mummy did not die, and losing a Deflecto as a result of that. Meanwhile, not getting the other reset because the other Deflecto did not lose its Divine Shield. Pretty bad combat RNG for ETC here. That is a lot of bombs there going off. Meanwhile, Alec here actually taking a huge shot there, dropping from 35 health to only 17, taking over half of his health and damage. Sorella getting a nasty hit as well, but no one else getting knocked out here with the exception of... Oh, I believe goddammit, since as he was already 8th place, that means that he was already knocked out. No one getting knocked out that round. However, we do have a ghost going around as there are 5 players left in the lobby, so one player is getting an easy fight every turn. The other player is having a bit of a tough time knocking each other out. Everyone a lot of the players going for very similar mech comps here. Meanwhile, we're looking at Matsuri here, trying to avenge his other rounds here. Does not have a great target for some of those units. Well, we have music coming back in on the feed. Anyway, he doesn't have a... He needs like another mech, it feels like, but he doesn't have it right now. This does look like a pretty good board. Meanwhile, Penguin Sun is going for more of a hand buff death rattle comp. He's actually able to triple his selfless hero here, able to go for a 5-drop where he can hit a Dr. Boombox, and he does, which can, I guess, spawn out of hand here. That surprise Dr. Boombox, so that's going to be devastating to this mech board here. That can potentially snipe these units. Fortunately, he was able to hand buff these, or just board buff these Deflectobots out of range where they would die to just a single Boombox, so that is very important. However, it is still very scary here. It is so huge that they were just able to survive that fight, that hit there. Meanwhile, if he does survive, he should survive. I think both players will survive this combat. We will see if anyone gets knocked out. It probably would be Zorella, but I think they're both going to survive. Neither of them are going to take lethal damage. It's a very big hit right here. He does hit the reset, which is going to mean not a lot of damage is going to get dealt. Potentially no damage. It looks like this is actually just going to work out to be a complete tie. Both players moving on to fight another day. Meanwhile, again, no players getting knocked out here. All players still alive. Meanwhile, we have Malagos. Malagos seems to have the best scaling that we've seen, as he is level 6 and he does have that boogie monster going. None of the other players are really scaling all that well. There's just not a lot of great scaling available in this lobby, as you know, we can't see any elementals or pirates or dragons, so it's a bit tough to scale into the end game in this lobby. Meanwhile, we have Zorella here, gets the easy fight against the Ghost, is able to buff up that magnetic to, imagine, get a really big Deflectobot that's going to continue to grow for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, Alakir here still has that mech comp going. He's trying to double up that Avenge right now. That would be interesting. Looks like he only has one Deflectobot. Is that... I can't tell if that's a golden Deflectobot. It's hard to tell when things are golden when they have Divine Shield on them. It's interesting. Well, ETC has one of those bombs as well. A lot of Boombots. And that other bomb hero as well. That's actually a golden version of it. And we will see if ETC is able to take down Alakir, or if Alakir is able to take down ETC. Feels like these microbots are going to potentially be very good against this board here. Big Divine Shield hit here does hit the Death Rattle, which will allow that to get a bit more additional value. All of the resets will happen here. Ooh, big snipe on that Divine Shield. Not a lot of value coming out of some of these units. Some of the resets being wasted on the Alakir side as well. Meanwhile, we have Kael'thas is getting completely destroyed by the superior stats of Malagos there. So that is it for Matsuri, and that will be the end of the tournament for Matsuri, as he did not... We mentioned he was almost mathematically eliminated, but if he was going to move on, he needed to absolutely win and get very, very lucky with the results of the other players, but that will not do it for him. So Matsuri is knocked out of the tournament. It'll be very interesting to see the end results, because Goddammit, I believe, was at second, right? Or I might be confusing with someone else. No, that was Tume. Goddamn, it might be knocked out of the tournament too. We'll see at the end results. But meanwhile, let's focus on the game as Malagos is continuing to scale with those 6 drops. Every 6 drop will allow him to get continued scaling with that Boogie Monster. Going to continue to grow his board. Oh, there's a second Boogie Monster with an extra 6 drop as well. So more and more scaling for Shirosa here. And now he has 40 seconds to contemplate what he will do. He could buy the other Boogie Monster now, but that would make him weaker, so I don't anticipate him doing that right now. Meanwhile, Alec here trying to scale up these mechs to try to outscale that Boogie Monster for this fight. We'll see, he might be able to hold on. He actually Divine Shields the Avenged Dude, so he's favoring combat strength over scaling here. Sensible thing since he's trying to hold on for dear life here. Meanwhile, oh, that's going to be a pretty devastating blaster there. Would have really helped if he had killed one of the Mantid Queens before popping those Divine Shields. Unfortunately, that did not happen for our Alakir player here. Meanwhile, that just seems it seems like a little bit too much for the Alakir. He might die. He might live here. Let's see actually. I think he's going to barely live here, right? There's just not quite enough damage on the board. Yeah, he will hold on and skin of his teeth there, taking 16. Unfortunately, not so lucky as ETC gets knocked out there by Zarella. Or did I miscount by one? Did he get knocked out? No, Alakir survived a one. 2 players got knocked out, so someone died to the ghost, right? Or not. I don't know. Anyway, we have 3 players left. Alec here barely alive at 1 health. Big for him to survive at 1 health rather than getting knocked out. That'll be worth at least a full point in the standings there for him. Meanwhile, Zarella is looking. I gotta imagine he's looking for poison to resummon off of that Death Rattle hand summon. Oh, wow. A triple on that Boogie Monster here for the Malagos here. Will Boogie Monster be able to take it away here? We will see. He can grab Jiraxis if he wants to play another unit. He could play another Divine Shield, which it looks like he will do. He could have also taken Fellbat so they could scale each other, but that doesn't seem super relevant. We will also opt to use his hero power here. Mr. Death Whisper doesn't do too much. Another Boogie Monster. He will actually keep it as well. Let's see if this Malagos will be able to knock out the Zarella here. We're not sure if Zarella was able to get another poison for that hand summon. We will find out shortly. Meanwhile, the Boombot's there, not doing too much. The Leroy, unfortunately, missing there. He's able to get a Leroy right at the end. He had to hero power it. But it looks like that's just going to be... it's pretty close, but I think that's just not quite enough. Yeah, it's not enough stats. So Zarella, it does look like, will get knocked out here by the Malagos. And we will check out, is Alec here holding on for dear life at 1 health, trying to desperately hold on. He is still scaling, and he does have some higher tier mech units here. He is going to, I think at this point he... Actually, it's tough. He's scaling pretty hard, but we have, 4 boogie monsters on the Malagos board, so I'm not sure which of these will actually be able to scale harder. However, yet again, one blaster is going to do so much damage to this board that might just be too much for the Alakir to be able to fend off. Look at all these blasters getting shown in his tavern as well. That's kind of funny. He does have the option to end on a tier 6 mech if he chooses to. He also has a polarizing beatboxer, which can also produce some endgame scaling for him here. He's going to try to get that second Deflecto into fighting shape. Yeah, that was a lot of stats here. We'll see if that is enough. Unfortunately, I do think Malagos had a blaster, and that's going to do just a whole lot of damage here, but we will see, we will see. Yeah, those are giant units, those boogie monsters. He's had those boogie monsters for so long, and he's been scaling them just this entire game. But these Deflectos are going to do a lot of work, so we will see. Unfortunately, he's not going to get any resets initially out of these. You only get one reset here. Okay, now he has the potential to get multiple resets. He will get multiple resets now. And it looks like that actually will be enough here. So who will be able to outscale becomes the big question here. Picking up that tier 6 mech is huge for the Alakir. That might allow him to outscale the Malagos here. As the Boogie Monster scaling is great early on, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to outscale all these mechs here. And as a lot of the other mech players have died, there are a lot more magnetics actually available in the pool to get bought up potentially, as you see one in the shop right now. That will put a critical reset on the other Deflectobot as well, so if one Deflectobot gets sniped, it will reset the other. So that is pretty huge. I'm starting to like the position of Alakir. Alakir just barely holding on earlier on at 1 health, and potentially going to be able to convert that into a win for the lobby, but we will see if he's able to convert here. I wonder if we might potentially see a second blaster coming from the Malagos to try to deal with this. But it'd be very hard. It's going to be just very hard to actually get to snipe these Deflectobots. That's what's going to need to happen, is for the resets to just not quite work out for the mech player. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard for Malagos to win here. He does have a late cleave here to potentially cleave off some of those Divine Shields. That is the strategy he's going for right now. Oh, but he also has the far right unit in the shop. I forget what's called. Cinderace. He has a Cinderace to try to snipe the some of those taunts off next turn, if there is a next turn. We will see. So here comes potentially the critical game deciding fight here. And those are some giant mechs. Alright, a lot of the resets getting sniped. All of the resets getting sniped, basically. Oh wow, that seems rather bad for the mech player here. And both the Divine Shields getting sniped. So one of the Deflectos will get sniped instantly. Seems like a very bad combat. Unlucky combat for Alakir. And that's just it, right? Yeah, that's just going to be curtains. There's nothing giant in that unit there, so that is going to be it for this lobby. It's a bunch of magnetics to look at for next game, I guess. But yeah, great play there by Malagos to clinch that victory. Congratulations to Sorosa winning this lobby. And awesome. So we will see when they pull up the standings who exactly moves on. I don't have this like photographically pulled up in my head, so we'll be waiting to see what they talk about once they pull it up here. Here it is. So Tume actually moves in at number 1, able to pass Beater Babbitt, as Beater Babbitt was only able to get 1 point in the third round. But I believe all that matters is who moves on. So top 4 players here: Tume, Beater Babbitt, Shirosa, coming up from a bit behind as he was not doing too well in the first 2 rounds, but winning that Lobby Gamin, and Penguin Sun as well, getting just enough points to pass Goddammit there. Goddammit, unfortunately, not quite making it at 5th place. Waterloo not quite making it at 6th place. Alu Temi not making it at 6.5, and Matsuri coming in at the end, only getting 3.5. So wow, that bet that someone, one of the bets that they had was actually if someone would only have less than 4 points, and unfortunately Matsuri coming in at that placement at the end there. So congratulations to the players pulling it out for the top 4, moving on to the finals, the final 8 tomorrow. But with that, should mean we'll be moving on to Group B. I don't know if there's going to be a longer break before we move on to Group B. I will try to see if there's, try to listen in and see if they're talking about that. Looks like we are going to a break. And yeah, I will go on a break as well. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Be right back in a couple minutes. And we will move on to Group B. Awesome. Alrighty, so it looks like we got a bit of a longer break before we move on to Group B. Let's see, did they reveal any more cards? Let's try to check that out right now. We can talk about those. Not quite. The next set of cards, the Paladin set. The Paladin cards for the mini set got revealed in 30 minutes. So I guess we got a little bit of time to kill. Put on some music, I guess. Holy crap. There's another caster who apparently he was on a bike and he got some driver intentionally hit him. Holy crap. That's definitely attempted murder. If someone's on a bike and you hit him with a car, doesn't matter if you tap him softly, that's attempted murder. Anyway. So this is the prize police players they're fighting for. What is that, a total? It's probably like 50,000 or something, right? Top player going for 10,000. So the players that clinched the top 4 here just clinched a $2,000 purse. All the other players, what was that? Just a everyone that plays though gets $12.50. Not too bad for a day's work, I must say. But of course, all the players making this tournament very, very competitive. So it will not feel too great to get knocked out today, but no shame for any of the players that are able to make it here. So these are the top 16 players on the ladder. So all these players have done a very good job just to get here. I guess while we have 5 more minutes, we might as well look at the mini set cards yet again. I wish there was an easier way to just like actually pull up all the mini set reveal cards. Actually, there probably is. I should go to Reddit. This might actually be the easiest way. Or I can go to a different website maybe. Reddit doesn't have a reveal thread. Actually. Huh. Oh well, we can pull up. What do I have? No. Talking about the neutral cards. We haven't talked about the neutral cards yet on this stream. The 5 neutral cards. I do have a video up already where I go in more depth about these cards. If you're not familiar, the 5 neutral cards revealed. The first one here is Remix to Musician, which has these different forms. Let me move this over here a little bit. It's visible. It's a 3-mana 3/3 rush. Can be Divine Shield, Wind Fury, Lifesteal, or Poisonous. So mostly very good forms. It's going to be a very this is going to be a very arena card. Just a 3-drop that's going to be relevant now and then. Next one we have here, Grim Totem Buzzkill, 4-mana 5/4. Battle card, discard a weapon and draw 3 cards. So in any class it's a 4-mana 5/4. Not great in modern Hearthstone. However, if you have a weapon, you get to discard it to draw 3. Discarding a weapon doesn't feel great, but to draw 3 cards, you'd probably be pretty happy to do it. Speaker Stomper being the new reincarnation of Lotheb, so to speak. Battlecry, enemy spells cost 2 more next turn on a 4-mana 4/4 with a tradable. Probably a card you'd be pretty happy to trade early on, but then just be happy to dump it down on a board if you're winning, or you want to prevent some kind of big AoE turn. Very relevant card here. Then we have the 2 legendaries. First one, Magatha, Bane of Music. 5-mana 5/5 Battlecry, draw 5 cards. However, give any spells drawn to your opponent. This is going to be a That's so risky to play this in any deck. Even if you have like 2 spells in your deck, you know which cards you're going to draw, right? It's going to be a disaster, but you might draw 5. Very high variance card there. It's going to be obviously better in some decks than others. And then where's the other one? Oh yes, Elite Tauren Champion. Turning the game into a mini game of if you can spend all your mana. Oh, if you can't, you get blown up immediately. This thing scales. I don't get why this thing needs to scale so fast. It scales 2 damage. It scales 4 damage per turn, really, right? So there's a hell of a lot of damage being dealt there. Let's check this timer. We got a little under 2 minutes to go. If you're not familiar, by the way, the other cards they revealed today, I believe they're all... I think they're in the Death Knight section. Yeah, this is one of them. Dead Air, which is interesting because this is Frost and Unholy mix. Destroy your undead, resummon them. Interesting. One of the big combos of that would be Cage Head, which requires you to go exactly to Unholy 1 Frost, which you might actually be able to do in Arena potentially. The hard part would be actually getting the Cage Head, as you don't always get legendaries in Arena. The other cards we got here, Yelling Yodeler. 4 mana 3/4. Trigger a friendly man's death rattle twice. This is Rogue. Sorry, this is Hunter and Death Knight. So Death Knight obviously has a lot of death rattles. Not that many that you tend to have in Arena though. It'll be interesting, but Hunter of course has some death rattles as well. How many do Hunter have right now though? I'm actually curious. Well, before I check that, pull up the last card here. Hollow Hound. 6 mana 3/6, Lifesteal Rush, Undead Beast. With Cleave. That's so much potential healing. You get 9 healing off of the initial Cleave. That's kind of crazy. It's going to be really bizarre with Hunter having that much healing available. That is going to be a little bit wild. Just want to pull up. Yeah, it's like Death Rattle has, I mean, Death Knight has some good death rattles. What does Hunter have specifically? Yeah, Hunter just doesn't have that many death rattles, so that's a little bit interesting. But anyway, it looks like we are moving on to Group B here. I'll be looking forward to the next set of cards being revealed in about 30 minutes, I do believe. 25 minutes from now, actually. For that, we are ready for the next round. Next set of 8 players. I do, not super familiar with all the players that are in this, but I do know that XQN is in this group. Oh wow, actually, there has been a change. XQN will not be participating. So Soren will be replacing instead of XQN. They just announced that a couple minutes ago. So I hope all is well with XQN. That's rather interesting. He was just streaming yesterday, like, well, I hope everything's alright over there. What's up, Bros Cheeto? How you doing? So these are the 8 players, but as we just mentioned again, Soren will be playing instead of XQN. We have Oliak, Yanase, Alex JP, WTY Bill, Lee, Tessura, and Satellite being the other 7 players here. Do I feel like wasting gold on the brawl? I might do it, because 1 entry gets you the portrait. Maybe I will, I don't know. I might do it after this stream today. We'll see. I want to do it today because today would probably be the last day that it would be an easier player pool. Because all the other players would be, all the weekend players would be playing right now. But we'll see. In any case, let's get ready for Group B here. Hope this will be an exciting round. I need to figure out how to get my toolbar to go away. Go away, toolbar. In any case, yeah, we'll turn off the... I guess we'll turn off the music during the game, unless people want the music on. I don't really care. Go either way, but you're just prepping the players to get ready. I imagine it might take them a little minute to get ready with the last minute replacement for XQ1. Apparently there will be a delay in the card library for the revealed cards. Next card reveal is in 20 minutes. But in any case, let's check where is the next card reveal. It's on esports.gg. Let me see how many of these have already been met. I don't think any players won without reaching Towering Tier 5. Don't remember a player winning with ETC either. We know that a player already, unfortunately, was knocked out with less than 4 points. That already happened. What were these other ones here? Team lasts longer than 18 turns? I do not believe so. Team which turn 11 without elimination? Did that happen? I think that might have happened. In case, we will be waiting until Group B gets started here. Again, I don't know. I haven't heard anything, but there might be a delay as there was just a last minute replacement here. We will check if there's someone's typing into the chat, so we'll see if they say anything. Okay, so how is everyone doing? Hopefully if there's a delay it won't be too long. Hopefully. Are there any other reveals happening today? I know there's one in 20 minutes. That is the last reveal for today. There's going to be a lot of reveals tomorrow. 3 reveals tomorrow. And then 4 reveals on Monday. Okay, we're supposed to have game audio now. That's what they're saying. Perfect, perfect. So does anyone have any... Man, it's too bad that XQ1's not playing. XQ1 would have been one of the favorites to make it out of this group. Now that he's not playing, it's all up in the air a little bit. There's a lot of discussion going on about this. People are talking about whether or not they want to switch between players really fast or not. In any case, you know, we're just waiting until they get this lobby started. This would be one of the things I'd be weak for as a caster. I think I used to cast StarCraft 2 if you're not aware, but like, yeah, I wasn't really the kind to be like the space filler. This is when you start talking about like dogs or something. Be like, oh, isn't it great when you have like a little husky out there? Time that and the husky dog was outside and just started like humping a tree or something. Funny stories, relatable, blah blah. The magic of color commentary. Why is Elon Musk talking about cooked salmon? It's a real question. What's wrong with cooked salmon? But anyway. It's a lucky thing for Soren. Apparently Soren was the only player they were able to contact last minute, so he was able to get into the place that would have gone to XQN. I hope XQN is alright. It's weird that he just wasn't able to play last minute apparently. But are there any? We've gotten to see all the tribes, right? I think we saw a lot of the tribes. We didn't see a whole lot of like pirates. The first game had like pirates and elementals and dragons and everything, but we didn't see too much of that. The third lobby was dominated by mechs. Second lobby was dominated by beasts somewhat, so we've had a very experienced game so far. We'll see how these lobbies go on this round here. So we'll see. I just want to get into the game. Hopefully we will soon. I wonder what they're talking about. Let's find out what they're talking about. Yeah, they're just filling time. If it's gonna be a little longer, I'll just go for a quick break and come back. So I will be right back. Alrighty, looks like they're still working on getting the players ready. Alrighty, and we're good to go. Lee looking like he's going to look for scabs here, potentially. I haven't seen a scabs yet, I don't think. Let's see if he makes that choice. We have a Reno by Bill here, W2Y Bill. Lich King by Mega Alex JP. Soren coming in with the Mutinous. Yes, we have audio. Some audio. No, it's Dormu coming in for Tessura. Also, we have Barov was chosen by Lee. I forget the name of the pirate dude by Yonase. He's the guy that you get the chest for, where you get a bunch of gold at some point in the game. Oh, Mutinous getting a dragon early on. The dragon that gives you more dragons. And who else do we call? Oliek got a Pyramid, and we have or not ETC, AFK. That is the wrong name. AFK coming in for Satellite. So this is the first lobby that doesn't actually have an ETC. We'll see AFK shockingly losing the first fight, as you would expect, to Reno. Reno getting a freebie. Meanwhile, when Nosdormo has the choice to go for double Pinkman, will he do it? We will see. Meanwhile, WTY Bill already has level 2, tier 2 I should say. He's up against Barov. Barov opted to, instead of going to 2, gonna hit that button every turn, so he stayed at level 1. Meanwhile, here is, I forget the name of this guy, the pirate dude. He had a choice between Pyramid and Mutinous there, right? The combat. Barov will win his fight, but will he win the bet? Is really critical to get those early bets correct for Barov. Sometimes you can tell based off of the scouting what tribes they have, whether or not you win, but you can't always tell 100%. And those early combats are absolutely huge to win to get those coins early on. Alright, so AFK getting a early Legion Overseer to buff that tavern. Also, we will see what the second 3-drop he gets here. Another Overseer, wow. Pair of Overseers. We'll see if he decides it's legal to not level. I imagine you kind of have to level, right? Like, yeah. So you will grab that 1 gem and then level to level 2. Oh, I should turn the music off. Alright. Especially now that we actually have game audio here. Soren getting a flyer off of that dragon. Looks like he is going to win this combat. 50-50. Well, actually, I guess it was a 1 in 4. That was probably a 50-50 for that combat to be a win or a tie. He's able to win, deal some damage to the AFK there. Meanwhile, Lich King went 3-on-3, and naturally did not get any tier 3 units, unfortunately. But he can reborn the sewer rat, which is a lot of value, so that's worth something. Imagine that will be what he goes for. Just grab the Prophet of the Boar for potential value. This is a lot of tempo for him, so hopefully that'll mean he won't take damage from his perspective. Meanwhile, we have Barov here as a very early triple. And also, It's a choice. This is a tough one. Nosdormu versus Reno. Probably not super obvious which one's going to win that combat there. Neither of them are tempo heroes that get any particular advantage on tempo early on. Nosdormu does have slightly better rolls because of his effect, so it's probably the safer pick, but
I think you can win this thing.
he's going demons, so Nosdormu is going to imagine win this fight. Pretty strong board by Reno too, actually, as he also has some demons, but Nosdormu is going to win here.
You're good at this.
We'll see. Oh wow, Barov guessed wrong. That's a pain one there. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, missing those early bets can really destroy your game as the Barov. You can see his response, a little bit of pain there. Meanwhile, a lot of players moving up to tier 3. This turn, the tier 7 turn is when a lot of players will go up to tier 3 if you're following a standard curve. Which isn't all that common nowadays, but can happen.
Here's a gold for the trouble.
Meanwhile, ooh, interesting. I mean, that doesn't really... That is a battle cry, but that's not a battle cry you can actually use. Unfortunately, you cannot consume your opponent's minions during combat with Rylak. If you could, that would be pretty insane, but it does not work that way. Can you imagine, though? We have a lot of players going for demons here, by the way. I should mention, I didn't talk about which tribes we have here. We have Quillboar, we have Demon, Beast, and which other... Wasn't actually paying attention to what the other tribes were. Let me see if they sent us a message on that. No, they didn't. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for what the other tribes are. I know we haven't seen like elementals. We do have beasts in as well. So there's one other tribe. Meanwhile, Pyramid smashing the AFK here. AFK getting knocked a little bit low. Down in the range where theoretically you could lose after 2 combats. Meanwhile, Yanase here. Still holding on to that coin purse. Not too surprisingly, a good shot there for him actually.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Oh, we do see that mechs are also in. Mechs are the other tribe, okay. That is a lot of value here. Wow, look at that. Oh my gosh. With Rylak? Okay, this AFK is going to pop off all of a sudden. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Look at that, too. This is interesting. You probably just freeze, right? Wow, 4 demons in that shop, too. That's kind of crazy. That was a hell of a situation for the AFK there. Well, it looks like Nosdormu has just tripled, choosing between Utility Drone, Murzon, and Boombox. Don't believe he has any mechs going, so Utility Drone is probably out. Choosing between Money or Boombox, which is way better tempo. He does choose the Boombox. I do think that was pretty good against the AFK's board here.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
That is going to actually barely win him this fight. Unfortunately for AFK, that is going to put him down to 15. So in the danger zone, but I think AFK will survive with that board. No, we're back to AFK. Oh my gosh, he even triples that thing. Going for a Tichondrius here. On that tier 5. We don't get to see the choices, so we don't know if he hits it until he chooses one. He probably would have picked it already if he had gotten it. Well, he doesn't have any synergy, so maybe he wouldn't take it here. I'm not exactly sure what they actually would be looking for here. Well, we know he's gonna tell. I have to imagine he's gonna sell 2 units to grab that bird, the macaw, to be able to potentially trigger, at least half the time, be able to trigger the Rylak here. He's going to opt to get a second taunt to try to make it less likely the Rylak gets sniped, so thus more likely that the macaw will be able to get even more value. And you probably don't. There's a world where you freeze that Divine Shield, but I don't think it's necessary to. Is going to have giant taverns over there. And as soon as that AFK feels comfortable, if they're going to level straight to 6 and try to hit Fellbat, try to pop off with this game. Meanwhile, we have Lich King going for just, I guess you would say a much inferior version of that other build, although he does have 2 Rylaks here as well. He has a slightly better board probably, but it's just not going to scale nearly as hard as the AFK right now. He's getting some gems off of that minion here. Get some lag. I see that lag too. That is on the feed that I'm getting, but Lich King is able to narrowly win this combat here.
Destroy you makes you stronger.
Meanwhile, Reno just going for a whole bunch of tempo units here, trying to get some. Trying to get some taunts with some summons to get some Avenge going, hoping that Avenge Magnetic dude does not get sniped immediately. So that would be a disaster for him. Looks like next fight he'll be looking for a unit to pick up to copy with that duo. Meanwhile, we haven't looked at Soren over here with Mutinous yet, I don't believe, too much. And he's going for dragons here. Just full dragons. Has gone up to level 5. Feels comfortable enough at 29 health. He's going to hope to get some a little bit more direction as that moves on. He does have the Rylak available to potentially get that combo going. The big Rylak dragon combo. If you can get all the pieces for that, pretty amazing.
That's what I would have picked.
Meanwhile, we do have the coin purse was used over here. Pretty strong board over here as well. He's only at level 4 after using that purse though. A lot of players are level 5. Actually, it's only Soren is at level 5. Very early level 5 there. In any case, Nozdormu here fighting Reno that we were looking at earlier. See, ooh, a nice hit there to get that Divine Shield refresh. That Divine Shield, that second Divine Shield does come off of a Frenzy, so it has to survive a hit, but it was able to. And meanwhile, wow, a great combat for Reno here. He's able to get max value out of all those, out of that Avenge there, and win the fight narrowly. Meanwhile, a lot of people taking damage. Lee, unfortunately, is looking to be hanging on for dear life. As mentioned, him losing that early gold, how damaging that can be for Barov, and now he's down to 6 health. He's only at tier 4. This may be an early 8th place for Lee. We will have to see though. He may be able to hold on. Meanwhile, there's the AFK we've been looking at, and yeah, she's ramping like crazy. That's like already like plus, what is that, like plus 13 on the tavern already. It's only turn 9. So you get a lot of tempo by buying literally anything at that point. Meanwhile, here's the Barov. In Barov, he's trying to scale. Yeah, this is a rough looking situation right now. Doesn't have a whole lot of even direction here. And he's up against Reno. WTY Bill on the Reno. He is going to buff up everything as much as he possibly can.
Can't stop a good weed.
Potentially at the point where he should just take that 3 damage for a gold, because what else is that health going to do at this point? 6 health is very unlikely to help you survive a fight anyway. He's considering it right now. He does buy it. Figures he might as well.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Well, here's the ETC. ETC is... Or it's not the ETC. The Reno. The Reno is kind of milking. Reno did use his hero power on that first magnetic guy. He's trying to get another one here. He is going to get another one here. Now the question will be if Reno can knock him out. I don't think he can. Oh, that was a big hit on that Divine Shield. I do think Barov is going to hold on here. Although that is a very large mech there, but I think there's just way too much on this board here. Yeah. Reno's actually going to get smacked pretty hard. Barov essentially all-inning to just make sure he didn't die here. And as a result, going to deal a lot of damage there. Reno going down to 7th place at only 11 health. Meanwhile, even though his Dormu, not a lot of units on his board, as he has tripled that duo. See, a hell of a power play here. Double 6-drops coming up. First 6-drop being a Uther. Second 6-drop is a potential Foe Reaper. He can buff up that Foe Reaper to a 15/15 if he so chooses.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Now, is there ever a world where you feel safe enough that you just level to 6? It's probably a little bit crazy. He's only at 13. That would be a great way to die. While he's rolling, not finding a lot, does find some gold there, but we are heading over to Mutinous here. Mutinous will eat up one of his dragons. He has found a brand in the shop. Meanwhile, here is Pyramid, who is fighting that Nozdormu. Bunch of demons over here. He's able to roll a lot with this comp, which is a lot of health with that Tichondrius. However, his minions just aren't quite that big yet. He must have picked that stuff up very recently.
Don't tell the others.
I guess it's pretty good size for turn 10. However, that giant cleave is going to be pretty nasty for him here. He does get the 50/50 hit on the cleave. All the hits going as good as they could for the Nozdormu here so far. Not great hit out of the first boombox, but it looks like there are just too many stats here. Oh wow, it actually is a tie though. They're very relieving to both players there. Meanwhile, Mutinous attempting to knock out Reno. However, that will not work out as the Deflectobot reset will be a little bit too much. Reno able to win that combat. Meanwhile, Barov able to hold on as well. Everyone holding on right now.
You're good at this.
So we have made it to turn 11 with all players alive. A lot going on. Let's check what AFK is doing here. So AFK found another Rylak. All these units in the shop are huge with all of these buffs that have been going on. Looks like he has given up on the Elemental. He's not trying to buff up stuff anymore. Just trying to get a bunch of Rylaks. He has a giant demon there. So is he just gonna... He might actually just replace the smaller Rylak, because obviously it's a liability on his board. Meanwhile, we have Lich King here. Lich King trying to hold on with this interesting comp, actually. A mix of Quillbores and mechs here for a lot of tempo. A lot of these players just going for really heavy tempo to just try to hold on here. He's buffing up that Deflectabot, trying to make it as large as possible. He's going to give Reborn to his Harvest Golem for the extra reset, which he does need pretty desperately with that Deflectabot. Meanwhile, Mutinous going for these Battlecry dragons, effectively. Trying to finish off his board as well as possible. Opts to grab the Cinderace for later, but also grab a Leroy for this combat. Now this is going to be the fight. Everyone is 15 or less health. We are going to see a lot of players potentially get knocked out here. Zap not doing too much. Trading with the taunt though. And we will see what's going on. It's going to be huge just to see where this Leroy ends up going. Be very huge for the fight. Does get the Divine Shields. One gets sniped immediately. The Leroy hits the biggest target. That might keep him alive. And actually, that might kill the other player here. Nase, unfortunately for him, getting knocked out, taking 15 due to a bit of bad combat RNG there. And meanwhile, Barov as well, finally getting knocked out here by Pyramid. And also Reno getting knocked out by AFK. Players dropping like flies. So 3 out of the 8 players getting knocked out. There was only 1 combat out of the 4 that a player did not get knocked out. Meanwhile, I have a golden life bang. How often do you see that nowadays? Not very often. So Nozdormer was the one player that lost and did not die. As you can see by him having that 5 gold active there. He was able to hold on to 6 health. It was a very narrow loss. While we're looking at Sorin on Mutinous versus Nozdormu. Being played by Tessora. Tessora going for it looks like, wow, Giant Cleave. Giant Divine Shield Cleave is a strategy. A whole bunch of Light Fangs with, wow, that's Golden Light Fang with the Golden unit. So that actually triples the Light Fang's effect. So that's 9 Light Fang buffs at the end of every turn. That is pretty remarkable. I have never seen that actually. That's quite interesting. And he even has a fort that he can end on as well. If he's able to get more taunt, which he is. So I could see him potentially... Do you get rid of the pink man now? Or do you taunt the pink man and commit to him? He's taunting up the gas coiler. He's not making... Essentially not making that choice yet. He does get out of the pink man here. Meanwhile, Sorin is pretty set on this dragon composition. Unfortunately for him, that Cinderace isn't going to do too much against this board. And let's just look at the beauty that is. My gosh. He ends on the second life thing as well. What was that? That was like 26-20. What was that, 28-28? I think that was 28-28 at the end of turn to each tribe. I've never seen anywhere near that. Ooh, the Divine Shield's getting sniped there. And a good cleave as well. Divine Shield getting knocked out. Leroy getting taken out. So he does snipe the Light Fangs, however, there's just absolutely no way it's going to survive from that. Just way too much damage out of the Death Rattle here, and that will knock out Mutinous. It was close, it was possible that very cheap Death Rattles kept him alive there. But unfortunately, not the case. Or fortunately, depending on who you're cheering for. You know what, AFK getting a kill as well. Lich King not getting knocked out by the Ghost. Now we are down to our top 3 here. Satellite, Mega Alex, JP, and Tessora. Meanwhile, yep, we have Lich King here, just a very strong tempo board. However, it's probably going to start to get outscaled by some of the other players in this lobby. Still have AFK who has those giant board minions from earlier on. He actually did start scaling a elemental, or a elemental, I should say, after selling the initial ones. Well, I'll see what he chooses to use. Omega Buster looks like is not very useful unless he wants to build an Exodia. I haven't seen anyone go for Mech Exodia in a very long, really since mechs have been put back into the game actually. I guess that's always a possibility. Okay, interesting. He does want that blaster, so he will put that blaster on the board. He will try to add Reborn to his units. To his beasts. Well, his opponent is this Lich King. He will sell off one of his magnetics so that he will be able to make his unit a little bit stronger, putting everything he can into making the strongest possible board for this turn. He knows how important it is. If he outlives this one combat, he might be able to face the ghost next turn and then get a higher placing even if he isn't able to win the fight. But so you do see Lich King all-inning here. Good hits for him so far as... Oh wow. Never mind. Well, the blaster is able to pop the shield, which is going to deal some damage, but it will not kill the Deflectobot because it is so damn large. However, that is a giant. That is a very large demon there, and I do not see an answer to a 300 health demon on the mech board for Lich King. So it does seem like that will be it for Sir Arthas here, and that is it for Mega Alex GP. Going out with presumably a third place, assuming Nosdormu does not get killed by the ghost. I do not expect that. Yep, indeed. Third place for Mega Alex JP with that tempo mech board. Meanwhile, we are up to our final two between AFK and Nosdormu, between Satellite and Tesoro. So Nosdormu here still has all those light fangs up, just buffing those 3 units as large as possible.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
At this point, the light fang is so much stats that like it's hard to even replace it without getting significantly weaker than just letting it stay there. So does he buy the coiler? He could buy the coiler and play it. He could also just grab the pair, but he must be looking for something. There's another light fang. I do believe a light fang is worse. Yeah, light fang is worse than Fort. You wouldn't like replace Fort with light fang. So he's just gonna let it go. I imagine, okay, he finds freezing. I imagine it's the Cinderace that he wanted. Meanwhile, he's just gonna let these light fangs continue to do their work. As we have this last fight from this Dormu. Whole lot of health on these. That is the biggest Titus I've seen in a very long time. However, these are very, very large units from the Nosdormu here. We take everything out, and now it's just up to whether or not this Titus can clean up enough of the board. I don't believe it can. Actually, maybe it can take out that demon. It is so large. It's just too much attack on the demon, so it's not going to be able to... It will take it out, but it's going to die in the meantime. But that's going to prevent him from dying, it's going to take just enough damage off the board. I guess he would have lived anyway, actually. But yeah, he will live to fight another day here.
Go home, I always say.
Meanwhile, can he get any scaling here? He can get rid of the snake if he wants to, as both his beasts already have reborn. He will opt to get rid of the blaster instead. Some interesting units in that shop. Ooh, an extra Battle Master. Get some way more extra health, and as well an extra Titus. At the very least, he can replace his Titus with a bigger one if he wants to, if he finds that relevant at all. Ooh, Wind Fury there is interesting. You get Wind Fury on his big demon to get the death rattle to hopefully go off faster. He chooses to sell it anyway, as he does want that Leroy. The Leroy, however, may screw the interesting. The Leroy can negatively impact the bird, but I guess in this case the bird turns into a Leroy, right? Which might actually be good. This would be a very interesting last fight. Fortunately, the bird losing its reborn does get, oh my god, all the buffs on the Leroy. Oh no. Yeah, unfortunately that just doesn't work with the Leroy. I was wondering if it did work. I guess he was just hoping to get lucky. Because I remember from earlier that didn't work. I don't know if it had changed earlier recently, but yeah, unfortunately it does not work, and that's just going to be it for him. AFK is going to be outscaled by the Nozdormu here, so congratulations to Tesora taking the first place in this first lobby out of 3 for Group B. So nice, very, very interesting game. Got to see a lobby won by Lightfang. When's the last time you saw that? Wow. But yeah, when you get like, what was it? They were getting like 9 Lightfang procs per turn. That's pretty amazing. Very, very cool. So that will be it. That is it for the first round of Group B. We will see what will be able to happen for the next one. Let's see if there's any news going on. But yeah, exciting game. Very cool, very cool. So the replay here, that was the end of Lich King being knocked out by AFK. Lich King, the mostly mechs being just massively outscaled, and then of course the AFK being massively outscaled by the Golden Lightfang. You really do not see a lot of games won by Lightfang nowadays, but yeah. Very cool game anyway. Now we will have a break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Appreciate everyone hanging out, of course. We will be right back. Alright, so we're ready to get back into this. Comment in the chat. Did not expect Menagerie Taunt comp today. I actually did that once in one of my games. Did not get first place, I don't think. I did not scale nearly that hard. That was a very cool game, regardless. Sometimes it just happens. Anyway, let's here are the fantasy picks. Meanwhile, they did actually let me pause the music here. They did actually announce the paladin cards, I do believe. Huh. Interesting. Oh. Let's pull these up really fast and talk about this, because these are the 3 cards. There's a location broomstick, 2 mana, 2 charges, basically 2 broomsticks for the price of, I guess, 2, but you don't get the broom itself. That's interesting. This isn't Paladin. Horn of the Windlord. Which is, wait, what is this dual class combo? Is that? Those are both shaman, right? Yeah, I think so. So 6 mana, 3/4 Windfear. Whenever hero attacks a main set stats to 3. What? This is 4 assassinates? What the hell? Help? Holy crap. 6 mana for 4 assassinates? To take 12 damage, but what the hell? Okay. The other one, Jukebox Totem. Then you return summon a Silverhand Recruit. Okay. Has 1 extra health, so it's like a slightly power crept version of the one that summons Murlocs. What is that horn though? Good lord. Help? I need to post this really fast in my Discord. But in any case, we will get ready for Group B. I don't think they've shown the standings yet, right? At the end of this group yet. Don't believe they did. Oh, they did actually. So these are the standings here. You can see, obviously, based off of their first thing, the 3 players all died in that first turn, so they all get 1 point, but everyone else getting more. So with that, we jump into the next round here. See the hero choices coming in, and I will disappear. Bye-bye. Up Olyak with Maev. JP grabbing the N'Zoth. Patches getting chosen here by Soren. Rockmaster Voon being chosen by Lee. Lich King by Bill. WTY Bill. Scabs by Tesora. And I mentioned Shudderwalk by Satellite. Okay. We have Nagas in this lobby. Nagas and Demons. You can see so far.
Don't tell the others.
Maev here getting some early economy. N'Zoth with the fish winning the first combat. As you would expect. Meanwhile, Reno taking some damage.
Welcome back. How's it going out there? Great. I can bring in more powerful minions now.
Actually choosing to hold his tier 1 unit. Didn't want to take extra damage from the beast, I imagine. Meanwhile, you can see undeads are in as well. Neither pirate or cool boars in. Pirates are in. So what? Pirate, Naga, Demon, Undead. And Murloc. Oh, beasts are not in. Okay. So no beasts, no elementals, no dragons. No mechs. No quillboars.
You're doing great out there.
Meanwhile, the fish will win yet another combat. That fish is going to the gym, getting thick. Getting some of that extra attack damage.
The battle is really raging.
We'll see critical turn for Voon. Voon gets to try to copy a unit if he wants. Which you generally do. Looks like Voon's going to take some early damage though. No way to get great tempo here. He's going to sell. I imagine what he's going to do is he's going to copy the Avenge. And then he's freezing for that Undead Death Rattle to get more procs. That's what I would do anyway. Let's see if he does the same thing. Yep. That's what he will do. He has that demon ready as well to hopefully get some Avenges. He should be able to, because it's unlikely they both, when you have two copies of them, it's unlikely they both get sniped immediately. A very good money setup for him. He just needs to try to take as little damage as possible now. Unfortunately, going to take a little extra damage than I have due to that death rattle popping. And Maev has a triple rolling as well. Oh, and he can guarantee the Picky Eater on the 5/5 as well. Imagine that's what he'll do there. Meanwhile, heading into JP, Alex JP here. Tripling into a 3-drop it looks like. Could take a Scourfin, but that would be rather slow. But that would give him a really big Murloc if he wants to go that hand buff direction. But Radio Star is really nice early on. You get all that money. We'll see what he picks here. He does go for the Radio Star.
So yeah, that's how I died.
You can turn this around.
Unfortunately for him, nothing for that Radio Star to copy, as there is no board on the opponent's side.
Oh, it's okay. We all hit some bumps now.
As Patchwork actually went 4-on-4. Which you can afford to do with all of that health. So meanwhile, he's going to try to build up some minion strength. Could have set up the Pink Man, but I guess it's a little bit late for that. Just want to buy as many higher tier units as possible. For the time being, until you find some direction. Meanwhile, checking back in on Voon. Voon able to get the triple of that, the Avenge dude here. Problem is if you buy it now, you make it a lot less likely you actually will get the Avenge triggers. It's only one unit to get sniped, and they're not that big yet. The tripled unit will only have 8 health. So it would be a little bit dangerous. So he will choose to buy the Skeleton Knight instead. Just to make sure it makes a lot more sense, because tripling would also very likely make him weaker this turn. A little awkward on the gold, but you know, he'll find a way surely.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Meanwhile, he enters the combat here. He's fighting the Patchwork, who did not have a whole lot of units, so an easy match for him here. He's just hoping to hit an Avenge here. Imagine if he got sniped there. It is possible he gets another Avenge here, right? But that will not happen. The Jug would have had to gotten sniped from behind.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Wow, giving up a lot of tempo here to get this triple, which he will be able to double up. He can get the underheaded dealer if he wants, and that is what he will go for. Okay. So that is a potential, some very big potential scaling coming up for him. Very early, turn 6 for the double dealer. Huge turn from there. He's gonna take a bit of damage here most likely. There is a chance he actually gets some Avenge this turn as well. But he'll be in a very good position to flip that position very quickly and start winning some combats. Particularly if he can get some good engines with the with those pirates here. Meanwhile, you have Maiev over here. He finally got that triple that he had freezed in the shop, but these are probably not the units he wanted here. But Gurgle is useless, and it's between Blanchie and Lightfang. Lightfang probably not going to do what we saw it do in the last fight, in the last match, unfortunately. Meanwhile, he's able to pin a Elemental, but yeah, his board is not particularly strong here, and you see the units he has coming, they're not particularly turning around here. But this Lightfang will help him hold off, and he is fortunate to have a quite easy combat here at least. So he has that going for him at least, but not looking great by my eyes for the Maiev player here. That's a result of how weak he is relatively. Like, he's only taking, this is the absolute bare minimum damage for the Voon, so Voon is very happy to see that combat, I think. Next up, we see Lich King being slightly less lucky, taking 9 damage from the Shudderwalk here, but Shudderwalk not having a great opening either. Looks like he didn't get really any money early on. Did not hit like the Naga coin battle cry. But he's not in a dominating early position either. He does have this Jug, so I guess it looks like he's going to be copying that Jug battle cry for the time being. That will provide him a lot of tempo to hopefully, you know, find something a little bit stronger. You know, we see what Voon has going. He gets an extra pirate here if he wants it. Do you want the Nubarok? I guess the Nubarok is interesting with the Undeads, but he's going to want to go for pirates, so it doesn't make too much sense right now. And he gets the Peggy, so that'll help him really start scaling harder next turn. Especially if he can get a real engine behind that. Wow. Reno, it looks like, had a bit of a tough time here. He actually used his hero power on that undead there. He wasn't able to hold out for the Titus here. Now he's just not that strong. He'll probably be able to survive this fight. Oh, that is a lot of Risen Riders. He is able to triple it, but actually I don't know that he's surviving, man. He is dead, right? It's pretty close, actually. It's not a lot of damage, but he survives at 1. So close, actually. He does get to triple into a 6, so let's see what he gets here. Boogie Monster for potential scaling. He does go for it.
I didn't like that for the trouble.
We'll see if Reno's able to turn it around here. He's grabbing all these units of different costs to try to buff up that, buff his units with that boogie monster. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a 5. I'm going to give up on the hand buff. Feels like it's a little bit too greedy. He just needs to try to desperately get as much as possible here. We're just trying to get the most out of this boogie monster. But now he's cashed out all he can out of the boogie monster, unless he goes to tier 6, which is going to be a little difficult for him to do. We'll see. I feel like Voon is going to be a little bit too... I'm not sure if Voon has gained enough strength yet, but yeah, there's the pirates. Oh man, look at all that scaling he has going. He's not that large yet, so Reno may be able to win this fight. Looks like he will, yeah, I think he's too big. Wow. 6 Peggies in hand. That's pretty beautiful. Yeah, he's definitely going to win the fight. There's a question if Voon dies here. Oh wow, Voon actually takes lethal damage. That is... Oh no, except the damage cap is still on. That was turn 8. Wow, never mind. He would have died except for the damage cap, keeping him barely alive. That is huge for him. Meanwhile, we do have a double Peggy here. A bit of a misorder there. But, oh wow, he gets Tethys too. He gets to just suddenly go Pirates, and he's going to be a stronger version of Pirates than the other guy. Wow. That's crazy. I guess you get out of the boogie too, because you can't really use it right now. I actually feel safe enough to level all of a sudden. And now what unit does he get out of is the question. Whoa. It's out of the undead. Man, what a turnaround by Reno here. Potentially going from like really on the edge of dying to possibly being the strongest player in the lobby. That is a really insane turnaround.
I love catching some wings.
Now let's see, I can't imagine. Let's see what... We haven't looked at Patchwork in a while. Patchwork's been at tier 6. He went really fast. He leveled really fast. He went 4 and 4. Now let's see what he's been able to pull together. Wow. Just kind of a extremely mediocre demon board. The Soren just trying to hold on with this board as long as possible, I guess. Yeah, he's going to start getting massively outscaled. And since it's turn 9, the damage cap should be off, right? Oh no, the damage cap is still on. I don't know exactly how the damage cap works, to be honest.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
I guess you still need a player to die, right? Is that how it works? I don't know. Anyway. Very fortunate, because that was like, dude, that was like, what, 35 damage or something? That was something insane. That could have just knocked him straight out of the game. Little Zoth here trying to get some Murloc scaling. Voon here. And the triple does not look super useful for him at this moment. Tries another triple. See if this will be better. Gets a Belcher. It's so funny because he looked like he was the player that was going to scale super hard, but all of a sudden looks really weak compared to Reno. Scaling so much slower. got Shudderwalk going mostly for Murlocs. I'm gonna try to triple this Gurgle. I guess he's at 30 health, so he's pretty safe to go up. Would be a lot more tempo if he just played these Murlocs, but he's gonna want to opt for that triple. Meanwhile, Maiev here with being played by Olyak. He does still have a Light Fang on the board. He's going for a bit more of a hand buffs strategy. He doesn't have any... Well, he does have one poison. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get some kind of scam, a poison scam board put together, because that's kind of what he needs to do right now. However, he's facing this pirate player a little bit before he appears to be ready. These hits are not going to work out very well for him. But he may be able to survive, right? Reno just went out of nowhere to being so unbelievably strong. Kind of crazy. Meanwhile, it looks like Lich King will actually be the first player to get knocked out here. Unfortunate for W2OI Bill. As the only player to get knocked out, a solo 8th there. Meanwhile, do have a lot of poison here. Now this is a real scam board by Scabs here. Be interesting to see if he can get quite enough to deal with the Reno here. Not that much he can do to get that much stronger, most likely. He can try to get another Leroy. Actually, he can't. He already has 2 Leroys, so it's very hard for him to get any stronger here. Can he... And there's so many, look at, this is Alex JP as well with another poison scam board. Meanwhile, Soren is going to, he gets the blaster down to try to deal with the Leroy. Unfortunately, the Leroy is getting buffed out of blaster range, but they may still trade for each other. It looks like they will. Yeah, it feels like... I'm not sure. We will have to see and look at, like, those fish are also Leroys. They're also going to be Leroys. Yeah, like, there's just no way that Soren can get enough poison protection, poison Leroy protection, to protect his big guys there. So it looks like JP is going to take him out there. We will look at the combat, though. Blaster unfortunately not doing much. Leroy not getting sniped, already sniping the giant demon, yeah. Unlucky fight, but I don't think it mattered. I don't think there was any way he could have survived that. So Lee being taken out as well, and also Scabs being taken out. Is that like all of the, well, except for JP, all the other poison scam players just got taken out. Here we are back to JP. He just has a full board of poison scams. Other than that one demon, everything is effectively poison. You see, he has the option to grab a Titus. Does that help him at all? Probably not. Not sure what he'd even be looking for. He could grab that Cinderace. He'd probably have to sell the demon though. Maybe he doesn't want to do that. At least to me, he even got the other Mana Queen, so it feels like he's kind of capped out. I don't know what else he could even be looking for. He has like the sheer maximum amount of poison you can get. There's another base skill. We can, I guess, freeze that for next game / next turn. He plays the Poison Murloc over the Mana Queen. Interesting. He probably doesn't want the Queen to come out with Taunt then. It's weird because you lose the potential of Reborn, but he deems that not important. And it is Zap protection. That's probably the reason he did it. Very smart play there, actually. I did not see that. And now all the poisons start doing their thing. Wait, did we have a... Oh, they didn't have a Leroy die yet. So it's going to be a tie. Very interesting. I think if he actually had another minion in his hand, anything, it could have been anything. If he had another minion, it might have, that would have actually won him the fight there. He could have just had like a 0/1 in his hand to just summon at the end there. Shutterwalk getting a triple on the Selfless hero.
Nothing scares me. Except mice.
Grabs a Manted Queen as well. Will he opt to replace one of his units with that? Man, with so much late game poison, a lot of these end games just becomes looking for very specific units to try to power up just a little bit more. We'll buff these Murlocs here. This is an interesting one because it is a mix of stats and poison, so he can beat like pure poison scam just by, you know, having his units survive and getting those divine shields. Very interesting board.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
Question will be, does he have enough poison for this? Do the poisons trade? Probably unfortunate for him that none of the poisons hit the Gurgle. However, still gonna get a good poison value. Unfortunately, not having poison at the right moment there. A little bit brutal, so yeah. Not able to snipe that big pirate there with the poisons, so that will win Reno the combat. I think if he sniped that big pirate, it might have been a tie. It might have even been a victory.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Meanwhile, there's a base skill for the Shutterwalk here that could allow him to, you know, get some of the hand buff going as some of the other players are doing. I imagine you grabbed that, right? I don't know what else he's looking for at this point. Meanwhile, Alex JP having the option to triple his Leroy. I don't think you want to do. It'd be funny though, but you probably don't want to. Because if you're not familiar with Battlegrounds so much in these late game compositions, the fights end up being, obviously you're gonna have a lot of poisons, but you get all these different tech units, you know, the Cinderai Scent Finders, the Zaps, and just extra poisons, and these end up being the units that end up deciding these fights. Basically all the poisons will trade for each other. So it becomes, there's a lot of mind games involved with all of this. We will see what goes on here, and some of these fights can get really dragged out because it is possible you get multiple ties and stuff. So see what happens here. The Mad Queen's trade, however, JP's Mana Queen got reborn, so that's huge for him. And that taunt getting huge value there. Alright. We're going to see a solid win here. And as he is at level 6, that will actually end the game for Shudderwalk. Being knocked out. Perfect lethal there. Meanwhile, the one non-poison scam player, I haven't looked at Reno in a while, but Reno has been just continuing to scale these pirates. But he also has a bit of his own poison scam going. There's probably not much point in even trying to scale, as the stats don't seem that important. Although, scaling the cleave could be important, so maybe he does. It's an interesting situation, actually.
Go big or go home, I always say.
He's going to, yeah, trade out that blaster. He really wants to scale, particularly the cleave is the reason he's doing this.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trip.
Thinking about where to put the Divine Shield.
Ride or die! Mayday!
Interesting. He might grab that Murloc at the end here. Just all the poison. He even has Divine Shields coming with that scam as well. That's a very interesting set of units out of hand here. See what he does. Ow, the big unit. Getting saved by the Divine Shield here. Huge hit. Huge value out of the cleave as well. The big unit now getting sniped by Leroy. But the second Leroy getting sniped for free. And that is just so much value. The fish will summon a Murloc, but that's not quite good enough. And then that is going to be it for this fight, while Reno able to go for a hell of a turnaround. To actually... He was in such a bad position early on. Able to get that giant swing turn, copying 6 Peggies and converting that into a win in this lobby. That was a hell of a game by him. Wow. That was a very interesting game, yeah. The one guy not going for Poison Scam able to convert his huge stats into beating all of the Poison Scammers. Very amazing, actually. Very, very cool. I'm very interested to see what the standings look like now. That is after the second round out of 3. Got one more round to decide who will be in the final 8 tomorrow. So, very, very cool. I still can't believe Horn of the Windlord is... This is a 6-mana weapon that's 4 assassinates. I'm not gonna get over that for a while. I'll be recording the video for all the new cards after this, most likely. But yeah. That was amazing. What was he? He was at like 1 health, like when almost all the players were alive though, Reno was. And he's able to convert that. That's crazy, crazy. Alright, we'll take a quick break and we will be back once they show the standings here. Appreciate everyone hanging out, of course. Be right back. Alright, let's see if we get some standings pulled up here as we look at Sottle and Raven on the official cast as well. Let's see how the standings look. Very important moment. We'll see who has a chance of still moving on. Third game. W2I Bill is the one player that, yeah, again, he's not mathematically knocked out, but he's mostly knocked out. Well, he's gonna have a tough time as well. Other than that, everyone has a pretty good shot at the finals here. Usually 11 to 12 is usually going to be a route where you are pretty much guaranteed. So the top players don't need too many points here between Alex, JP, and Satellite, but the other player is going to have to place quite a bit better to make it into the finals. Of course, we have just one round remaining. As you can see, you get anywhere from 0 to 7 points based off your placing. So compared to the other group, I think it seems like a little bit tighter. So going to be very interesting to see who can make it out here. So we'll see what goes on in the last lobby here. Who's able to take it home? All the stakes are on. Meanwhile, we'll just wait until I get started. We'll try to get my protein water in. It's one thing with solo casting. I used to cast many years ago. It's a lot easier when you have a duo cast. It's a lot easier to fill time. Now I just get to ramble about nonsense. Or my style, which is rambling about nonsense. It's really the best strategy, right? But we got just one more round to go. It looks like the game is starting, so I will disappear. Haha. See what these hero choices are. Interesting. I wonder how high these players value Rafam. We have Dragons, Mechs, Murlocs, Naga, Quillbore. I should mention that now before I have to check again. So no Beast, there will be no Rylax shenanigans, but other than probably Quillbore as being the weakest, but other than that, a lot of strong late game tribes here. Going to be a very dynamic end game potentially with these.
Hey, my favorite commander is back. Ready to get started?
We'll see what happened here. WTY Bill with the Shudderwalk, unfortunately not hitting a battle cry. Meanwhile, Gale Wing here by Lee. Going for the standard build there. Got Kurtrus over here. Getting some nice early tempo.
Don't tell the others. I'm
Well, that is a way to win a fight. 3-6 on turn 1 from Satellite. With the Brucon. Brucon's not a character you see all that often.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Well, we did have Soren pick the Rafam over there.
It's good to get
We'll go Papant to go maximum tempo just to make sure he is able to continue utilizing his hero power. Well, I got most of the players going to level 2. Alex JP on the Zarella staying at level 1 to utilize that hero power. Also Rafam as well staying at level 1 to utilize the hero power. Everyone else going to level 2.
Have a good battle, friend.
We do have an ETC in this lobby as well by Yanase, so we may see him go to level 3. Galewing as well very often goes 3-on-3, so we'll see if both of those players opt to do that.
Any defeat that doesn't destroy you makes you stronger.
Here is the ETC player here.
I'll do what I can.
We did have Lee on the Galewing go up 3-on-3, but we have ETC opting not to, and instead grabbing the 1-drop Discover off of the Scout. Getting a Naga here, and then using his hero power. Interesting choices here. Illidari would be better tempo, but obviously Galakron could do some things.
Enjoy your kill.
He does go for the tempo. Meanwhile, we have Shudderwalk with a bit of a dragon setup potentially. However, he does not have a battle cry still to utilize his hero power. Having a bit of a tough time finding that so far. Will easily win this combat as Galewing did just go up to level 3. Nice to go level 3-on-3 with Galewing because that lets you get a 3-drop Discover for free immediately off of your first hero power. There's a choice between, it looks like between Taragosa and Bannerboar. Bannerboar, he could scale up that mech that's on the board, that's in the shop, if he so chooses. Taragosa, there is a jug that would help to buff that up, but Bannerboar would be a bit more of a solid direction. You don't see many people go for Taragosa builds nowadays. It just kind of gets outscaled by everything, but it's an interesting choice here. And it's rather limited as well in the ways that you can buff it. There are ways to go, like, potentially go for a Quillboar Taragosa combination. So maybe he'll go for that. Yeah, we do see him go for the Taragosa Jug strategy. Meanwhile, ETC here got another hero power and just a decent early tempo board.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
It's going to allow him to smack the Shudderwalk pretty hard. Shudderwalk still is yet to find a battle cry. A relevant battle cry. Having a bit of a tough time with that. Meanwhile, Rafam here has a couple of pairs, but has not found a triple yet. He does have an interesting Naga package here, which could potentially go for, but doesn't feel all that inspiring. Normal Rafam curve, of course, would just be to level in hero power. Play your last unit. He will opt to discover a 1-drop here. Gets another pair with that Dozy Whelp. The gold is a little awkward to hold on to all of his pairs, though. Oh, it's a bit awkward here. Yeah, he doesn't go for the pair because he kind of needs to sell a unit, so it's a little weird though the way he opted to go for that. It felt inefficient just the way. I don't know, it would have been better to, I don't know. Anyway, meanwhile, Kurtrus has a good amount of stats on board as well. Stealing one of those Quillboars there, the Divine Shield guy. Rafam unfortunately does have a lot of units, although actually you need to use blood gems, it's not just spells to give that Divine Shield, so he doesn't have blood gems, so that might be a little difficult. Meanwhile, Galewing dealing some damage over here.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
And I have a lot of hand buffs. Wait, so He must have gotten the hand buff there on the Angler, as the Murloc isn't triggering. He has some scaling early on here. And with this hero, a lot of times you want to go for the turn 4 Nagas. We'll see if... or the tier 4 Nagas. We'll see if you go for that. Looks like you got the Naga Avenge, so that'll be helpful. You want to accrue all of those combo pieces. Meanwhile, ETC here has a lot of these buddies on his board. He could level and still sell 2 to find another buddy. That is what he's going to opt to do here. He can get the ETC buddy if he wants, which would be allow him to golden one of the buddies on the board. He's choosing which one he wants to do.
Enjoy your final moments.
He will opt for that one, which is going to give him a giant... I don't actually know, is that... that gives you like the first 2 units, right? Get immune while attacking? I think that's what it is, so... Going to potentially surprise someone as big taunt. Now this is a big turn for Rafam, because Rafam can steal a buddy here. To keep a close eye on what Rafam manages to steal here.
You can turn this around.
He does steal the tempo buddy. Meanwhile, yeah, that big buddy is going to win this combat easily for ETC. The extra stats from that level being pretty relevant there. So Rafam going to pay 8 health to get that hero power proc there and move on to the next round. So whoever Rafam will go straight for a level 5 here with that triple. Is Drakari any good? None of these seem particularly exciting at the current moment. Don't believe he has any Murlocs, so he does go for the Kangor. Kangor can potentially be a reset if he can find the mech reset. Yeah, it seems like a pretty weak level 5 Discover there. Tier 5 Discover. Because he still hasn't seen a Deflectobot. That's the minion I was blanking on the name of. Meanwhile, we have... Interesting. What is he freezing on this board? The Dragon?
All the best
Well, I can't imagine he's going for the Quillbar. I guess he just wants the Divine Shield Dragon. Meanwhile, here is interesting. Brukan also going for a sort of tier 4 Naga build. And as well, Kurtrus mainly just going for tempo, it does appear. Seems like this does seem like a very strong tempo board. He opts to save one blood gem for a future Divine Shield, decides he doesn't need it at this moment. It's probably accurate. Let's see, it looks like Shudderwalk has finally found a battle cry. He has that dragon. However, it came rather late and he only has that one big unit. All of his other units are kind of bad, so... He's managed to avoid taking damage for the most part up to this point though, so... See how he does, but this is like what, something like 15, close to 15 that he's taking here. We want ETC dealing a lot of damage to Zarella. Looks like we had a lot of armor in this lobby, because yeah, like few people leveling really fast. The entire lobby's already at level 4, and we even have WTY Bill at level 5. So just overall not a lot of damage being dealt. allowing people to get to higher tiers and scale pretty freely in this lobby. Meanwhile, that's an interesting board. A bunch of banner board scaling. Interesting. But we have Shudderwalk going for a 6. He can take an Uther. Do you grab an Uther and then start hero powering it? The thing is, it's random, right? And it might even hit the shop, so it might not do anything. Be kind of hilarious, though. He does do the probably more sane thing, which is to grab a boogie monster. If he can get another good dragon on the board, it would be very nice, but that might be difficult to do right now. He does not have a lot of gold as he spent it to go up to level 5. He does opt to get rid of one of the dragons. Now, is he going to try to put the duo out to get a double boogie monster? He might be doing that. Oh, there's a Bran.
Don't tell the others.
So he's getting some real setup here. The issue is going to be if he can manage to live a couple turns. It looks like, I mean, in this fight, he is a lot larger than his opponent. Maybe not a lot, but larger enough that he's going to have an easy combat here. We'll see how much the Ashara is able to knock off the board. Not a whole lot, so Ashara getting a pretty nasty hit here, taking 15. Being a little bit spared by the damage cap there.
How's it going out there?
Meanwhile, Ashara, wow, just found the triple for the deep blue, so that is huge.
We're looking for.
Ooh, Wrangler. This is a really good turn for Wrangler, you gotta grab that. He can get a really big set of hand buffs on this Avenge minion here to make that thing really large to have it hopefully survive for a while here. Still missing a lot of pieces for the tier 4 Naga comp, but this is going to be a lot of tempo that'll get him through the next 2 or 3 turns, I would say. Pretty safely. There's another Pashmar. He wants it. Angler's value because he's getting permanent buffs out of it as well, but grabbing another Pashmar to hopefully potentially triple that, maybe get a Divine Shield to help his units as well. Pretty good. Meanwhile, Shudderwalk is starting to pop off here as he has that Bran. He's able to double and get a bunch of triples out of that battle cry. He's not happy with this triple, however. That's not what he was looking for. He probably really wanted the Caligos there. If he hits a Caligos here, it's huge, right? Yeah, he misses again. I'm assuming the camera's on delay. We probably saw him after he missed the second one. React there.
Safety restrictions offline. Harvesting servos engaged.
It's pretty nice though, the Reborn on the cleave. With all that attack. Giant cleave really out of nowhere.
Have a good battle, friend.
That is a lot of dragons. He gets more shots for level 6 here. Try to hit that Caligos. See, wow, nice cleave there. Probably would have been better to hit one slot to left, but pretty good. Can't complain. Meanwhile, big 50-50. He does get the 50-50 to get the tie there at the end.
The battle is really raging out there.
Meanwhile,
Oh, you're moving
a lot
up
of
in the
triples
world.
coming in. Again, he goes for the Caligos. 2 shots for Caligos here. gonna scale a Stormbringer as well. It's an Adina, not a Caligos. Still no Caligos. I mean, it might be too late at this point. Finally hits one. Finally! The question becomes, can he afford to keep the duo on the board? Feels a little difficult. Yeah, he opts not to. He could have very easily had 3 Caligos by now. A little painful. Hasn't been a great day for WTY Bill so far in this tournament.
For justice.
Meanwhile, we have Ashara back with a tier 4 Nagas, barely holding on at 3 health. He's been able to hold on to the Wrangler this whole time, so a lot of permanent stats going on to his units, and he's even scaling one of the... I forget the name of that other unit, but the unit that scales every time you use a spell. We'll see where this Leroy goes. Big hit. Does kill a Divine Shield minion. Actually gives a Ropam a Leroy. Meanwhile, we just have a whole lot of stats. We don't know what's in this. We'll see what's in the box here. Now there's a Leroy in there. Potentially lucky. I can't see the hand exactly, but I think he had 3 units, so he was actually lucky that he was able to survive there. Yeah, this is the second combat, and this is the second match in a row. Last match also, I think no one died till turn 11. But now we have Gale Wing actually being the first one to die. Gale Wing went 3-on-3 and then died at level 4. No, we have another Caligos player here. Also trying to turn around at 1 health. This is going to be the huge combat. Alex JP just needs to desperately try to survive here. Because he has that golden duo. He's going to get 2 more Caligos or 2 more Bran. Whichever he wants. I'm not sure which one is actually better. But he just needs to survive this turn. Oh, he sells out. He's not even going to try to go for it. He knows that he's super likely to die if he holds on. So just trying his darndest to not die here. Meanwhile, oh, interesting. We have the Naga player here with Oliek. Getting the ghost combat, so he's just able to freely scale. Very nice for him. Meanwhile, here's the strongest board. Zarella is able to hold on to just not die. That may have to do with the tournament standing as well, that he just wants to absolutely make sure he gets a couple points just to move on, because that's all he needs, right? That's something to consider with some of these players. Some players may be going for more risk if they need a higher placement, while other players may just need to try, if they get like a 4th, if that'll carry them, just try to hold on for dear life, right? Ooh, unfortunate positioning here is that Cleave is going to snipe that big poison in the back. Interesting positioning. I guess it's unfortunate. He wanted to try to put that Bran up to try to hit a Divine Shield, but there were no Divine Shields, there was just a giant Cleave, so In any case, probably unlikely Zarella could survive there. Shudderwalk taking him out. And that will be it for Alex JP. Meanwhile, move over here to the players at 30 health still. Fighting. Purchase getting the win over ETC. ETC has just so much health because he had that early immune while attacking, and that's been able to get him through basically all of his fights to this point. Meanwhile, Rafam taking a little bit of damage, but not being taken out here. Still have, it looks like 6 players still alive. We have players trying to go up to level 6 here. Satellite and WTY Bill both at level 6. WTY Bill seems to have been really turning it around with that Shudderwalk, obviously just knocking out Alex JP it was, right? Meanwhile, Kurtrus. There's a bit of an interesting hand buff / poison board here. Just for a tad to try to find potentially more poison. It's not the Murloc you're looking for, but let's see. We'll be able to get a whole lot of divine shields onto these mechs. The mistake being both a poison that can potentially, a Murloc that can potentially gain poison and a divine shield minion as well. Well, I compare these two boards here between Soren and Tesora. Will the Rafam player on the left here by Soren be able to survive this combat? It looks like he has a lot. Both players have a lot. A lot of Soren's power is actually in his hand.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
With those Leroys, this would be a very interesting combat.
See if you can stay on top.
I'm not sure if the Leroy timing is going to work out very well for the Rafam though. As it worked out, it would have been a lot better for him likely to just have the Leroy opening, but they're going to come very late while the Divine Shield taunts are already done their work. So I feel like that's going to be a little unfortunate for him. Lag! Meanwhile, can this big cool bard, he really just has that one unit left here. Which is, it's not going to be able to take out all of this stuff, so Rafam is easily going to take the win here. It just comes down to how much damage he's able to deal to Kurtrus here. And the level 6 is able to live, so that's going to deal a lot of damage to Kurtrus. All players knocked down below 30 health now. And no one getting knocked out in this round. This lag that you're seeing is coming from the stream that I'm watching as well. It's not my stream lagging. This is the source stream. In any case, a lot of microbots living there, so ETC getting knocked down into very likely lethal range.
Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
Perhaps a Lady Sinestra to make those microbots potentially stronger.
My brood will feed on your bones.
To sell it. Meanwhile, we check back in on Shudderwalk here. Shudderwalk has basically the whole dragon package rolling now.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
Kind of scaling out of his mind. Not a lot of health on his dragons, but obviously they're all effectively infinite attack. We'll see, he has an interesting situation. He can potentially play that blaster and then give his units Divine Shield after using the blaster, which will be potentially very relevant in this combat. As you can see, all the Divine Shields from our Brukan is turned into a mech Naga hybrid. Very interesting build.
Important job gets special
He doesn't look like he's going to opt for that strategy. He might be considering ditching a brand to just get a Manted Queen out onto the board. But right now it looks like he will stick with this.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
So the Nadina will get full value. The Microbot misses Divine Shields. Going to be very big to see. The second one's going to get cleaved. There will be a Harvest Golem, Death Rattle, and some Microbots to potentially pop off all these Divine Shields. Unfortunately, it pops the cleave, which allows the cleave to potentially pop off some of the Microbots. So the critical thing is if this Collector gets sniped, it does not get sniped there. The last Divine Shield does get sniped. But meanwhile, we jump over here because we do have a player being eliminated. Rafam, with some of that Death Rattle Poison Scam, not quite able to do it. Meanwhile, as well, Brukan is not having enough. Microbots not popping those Divine Shields, and Deflecto not being enough by itself. He'll be taken out. Though he does live for one more combat, he can take. Has enough health to survive.
Nice workout.
For now.
Keep up the pressure.
Meanwhile, can anyone match the Shudder Walk is the question. Seems like it's going to be very hard for any of these players to. I mean, no player can come anywhere near his stats, it doesn't look like. Shudder Walk's tripling again.
Looks like you can get a triple.
Triple of the Cordotrons.
What I would have picked.
When we check in on Kurtrus. Yeah, Kurtrus has some of this, he has a lot of potential stats in those beam counters, but I can't imagine they get big enough to really match up to those dragons.
Safety restrictions offline. Harvesting servos engaged.
Right now I'm just really unsure if any player is going to be able to get anywhere near the stats they would need to compete with those dragons, or if they're able to get a full board of Poison Skim. It might be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to even accrue one of those boards because all of the mechs are countering players that go for pure Poison Scam, as we saw by Rafam getting knocked out. So things seem to be aligning for Bill to get the win in this one
You can win this.
so far, but we will see if anyone's able to get a really good board to contest him. This is a very strong board. You see from Tesora here with the Brukan though. Seems like the board most likely to be able to contest him. Wow, the Leroy value trading. And also taking out a large minion. And this is just way too many stats, right? That's gonna take him out. And ETC, does ETC have an ice block here? He does. So that will keep ETC alive. Because he, again, was not able to contest those dragons. But meanwhile, that will be it for Kurtrus. Kurtrus being taken out. Tessera falling out at 4th place. Meanwhile, ETC looking for any ways to get stronger. He's against the Brukan, and based off of what that Brukan board looked like, I wish they would show him side by side right now. It feels like it's going to be very hard to deal with that. Ooh, that
You're down a minion and up a goal.
that Boombot looks very interesting. Can triple the poison. He does opt to try to look for a Manted Queen this way. Does not get one. He gets a reset though with the Omega Buster. I guess that's worth something. Just thinking about how to use this exactly. He has that puffer quill, I mean, which he can also use for a poison in hand. He will use that poison. He will not use the buster. He opts for the boombox instead. Try to snipe some of those divine shields and maybe snipe that Leroy. Well, minion still the cannot taunt. I think we see him shaking his head there. It's a very strong board. Fortunately, the Leroy did not snipe the Deflecto there for his side. However, I mean, that's just a lot of like divine shields. He has nowhere near enough to deal with this. So ETC will fall at second place here. Good hit there though. Good hit there as well. He's getting good hits, but it's just he doesn't have nearly enough to survive. Apologies for the lag. There's nothing I can do, as the feed that I'm getting is lagging. Meanwhile, there's still dragon scaling going on, good lord. And I remember when that little Caligos was a 210. He was so cute back in the day. You know, he's continuing to try to buff up that cleave. He does have a golden brand now as well. He's still only scaling one Caligos. There's the pair if he wants the Caligos. He's thinking about it. Feels a little bit late at this point. It's a very nice pickup on that Golden Belcher though. He could potentially multiple Murlocs. He can even put a mistake down and get a poison at the end of his turn. He has board space, but I don't know if he does, unless he wants to sell out the brand, which he might do actually for the potential last combat. Just continuing to scale. It's gonna actually just run out of time. I mean, good turn. Put the Nadina second to make sure. Oh wow. Ooh, huge cleave, but that does mean the Leroys aren't dealt with here. The Leroys are going to get a lot of value then. And please stop hovering the Mantid Queen. Observer! The Observer appears to be asleep. Disaster. Well, we can only see half the board. I wonder what's happening. It does look like the dragons were able to take it home here. There they go. So he's shaking his head. He's probably upset. He must know off of the standings that he is able to win that, but unfortunately that probably did not give him enough points to actually move on, as he, I think, went 7th and 8th in the first 2 rounds, and he pulled it around in this one. However, I am guessing that wasn't enough points, as he wasn't happy. He would have had to get very lucky with where people placed, but I'm not sure about that. I'm just assuming based off of how he's shaking his head after winning. But we will see how the standings look at the end of this once they pull that up. Am I narrating a tournament like David Attenborough? Pretty much, yeah. Tapping into my caster past. Maybe caster future. We'll see. Very interested to see the standings. Looking at the replay here, there is where I remember it took him so long to find that Caligos, but he did eventually find it. He found it, I would say just in time, but he had 22 health, so he maybe could have waited even longer. He was able to leverage those additional stats to deal with all the poison schemes. So here are the standings here. Yeah, WTY Bill being a point off. Well, actually, he was nowhere close to qualifying because only the top 4 move on. So, yeah, because all the top 4 players all did reasonably well in the last round, there was no way for the bottom players to make it there, unfortunately, for W2Y Bill. So in spite of getting one of the victories, he will not move on. The 4 players that move on will be Satellite, Tesora, Yanase, and Mega Alex JP. Congratulations to all of them. These will be the 8 players that made it. Of course, you can go earlier on in the VOD to see the first round. These are the 8 players that made it. Congratulations to them. But with that, I guess that'll be it for the coverage we have here. So appreciate everyone hanging out. I was gonna maybe review the cards, but we already reviewed all the cards. I don't think any other cards got revealed since then. So yeah, I guess that's gonna be it for me today. I should be streaming on Twitch tomorrow, doing Arena. There is going to be the finals of this tournament tomorrow, but I need to do an Arena stream tomorrow, so we'll let them enjoy that one. But yeah, I appreciate everyone hanging out today. We will see you all in the next one. Where's the stream ending screen button? There it is. Peace out.